Greetings, adventurers, and welcome to this one-shot of Age of Adventure RPG, the Friezes of Kalagar. The God King has arisen from his fane, and the heroes have been hired by the Council of Elders to travel to Kalagar and locate ancient engraved tablets that tell of the fall of the God King thousands of years hence. Can they return with its story, for it could be the key to defeating him? And this is part of the Furiously Eclectic People Discord server, and we're playing as part of the monthly worldwide gaming event that they run on Furiously Eclectic People, which you can see on the screen. And we've got 4 players signed up tonight, and only one person has turned up so far, but there's a few more we'll be dragging in. So hello to Tavis. How are you, mate?
I'm well, how are you?
Very good, very good. And I've got the dice roller up, and I'll now switch to Tavis's character so we can see. And you can give us, have you updated the equipment? Or can you give us a rundown?
Subtracted gold, added provisions, and all the other stuff I was going to add.
Yep,
we should be all
see
up to date.
That. You've got, so standard times 3, poison times 3, and then 2 times master on top of that. Yep, and the poison has 2 and 6 because you've spread it, and the master ones have a 5 and 6 of retrieving. If you want to add that next to it.
Sure. Yep.
3 and 6. And once you've done that, you can let us know who you're playing.
Five of 6. Oh. To retrieve. Probably helps if I spell that right. There we go, that's better. Yep, playing Killiah. She's somewhat evil dark elf from the woods of Oranan.
I've got her up.
She
don't look
nice.
Pleasant.
Okay. No, she's pretty evil. She stole a bunch of gold last time she went on an adventure. She stole a whole bunch of gold. And she was basically the solo carry, let's be real.
The what?
The solo carry. She was quite impeccable at her duties as a thief / assassin / trapper. With middle of the range proficiency, so she's pretty good at throwing things and tinkering and all sorts. Anyway, her goal is to capture a noble for a high ransom.
And I also noticed here we've got a little note saying considered evil by other communities. So what does that mean in the game? Like, you're just treated with suspicion and caution?
Yeah, they're apprehensive when given Brian, I believe, has been on an adventure with Killiah. I think he was a little bit taken aback by the way I played her last time.
Yeah.
That's she's not a good guy, let's just say that, but she's like an anti-hero, let's call her that.
Yeah, I like that. There's greater evils, but sometimes you have to do the dirty work to get the job done, as they say. So you are currently, we'll kick it off, and then when the others join, we'll just blend them into the adventure. But you've all been hired by your patron, whose name is I4 Tynan. I'll put his name in here, just so you know. So this guy, I put his name, I didn't put his picture. I4 Tynan. Good start. I hope this image works. Looks very small, but let's see. Oh, not bad.
Sorry, that works.
Yeah. So I4 Tynan, or I4, he doesn't mind you calling him by his first name. He's part of a council of elders. They are based in one of the big cities in the continent known as Arian, and he has organized some adventurers to help him locate these ancient tablets as per the introduction and find out what they tell, bring that information back to him, because the council is trying to work out how to confront the God King, because they believe his powers to be great. So they're doing the preliminary work. This is an image of his garden estate. So the city of Arian, it's a peaceful city, very lucrative. It's by the sea, so it's connected to the trade routes. So the council has the resources to hire adventurers. And indeed, Ifall lets you know that he heard about adventurers available through Brian of Nazareth, who I'm just showing a picture of now, who actually completed an assignment for the council in the past to retrieve some artifacts, and so he has a connection to Brian, and so basically Brian is already there. He's resting at the moment. Maybe he's preparing his spells or something. So you'll be joined by Brian, and he also lets you know he's hired 2 others, an experienced knight by the name of Ezekiel, and also another wizard by the name of Urula, because he believes magic could also play a big role in defeating the God King.
Sure.
But with that said, you're on your own with him, and
Am I? I'm not on my way into the city? Like, I'm not making my way through the city towards him?
Do you want to be?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well,
I
you
gotta
know
roll some... Yeah. Brian just joined in, so I'll roll hero points.
Are you there, mate?
Yep. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you okay. I'm just speaking with Tav at the moment. I've just given him a little introduction, and I've pasted in the, once you get it all settled and you can see your character in the voice and dice rolls, I've just repasted the adventure. So I've put a picture and also a little blurb about what the adventure is. So if you can have a read of that, so I don't have to repeat myself, while I just do a little bit of intro with Tavis's character Killiah. So you're on your way there then to the garden. You aren't there.
No.
You're on the way to the
just
garden.
a quick one there, Age, is that you know where you got the characters? I'm not listed there, so because I pasted my character sheet in last week when I thought the session was a week ago.
Yeah, it's there. 00 Brian 3. I can see your characters all there, and you've pasted in. Do you want me to ping you?
Yeah, because I don't see it. If you can ping me in it.
You're in. Are you in
favorites? He might have it favorited. If he has, it'll be up the top.
Oh yes, it's under suggested. So it's a favorite. You're right. So it's not with the others. So I probably should unfavorite it. So therefore, it's with the others.
Yeah. So you should be able to see Brian, Killiah, Urula, Ezekiel, Encounter.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Beautiful.
Yeah. All right.
I'll do you soon once you're up to speed. So Killiah, you are making your way to the apartment, the garden apartment of. We'll say that you have already met him. Okay, so he knows you. Okay, so you've already gone past the screening of the employment stage. What did you do?
I'll tell him I just need to scout the city. Can I roll? Do I roll hero points?
Oh, yep. Okay, go. Yep, roll your hero points.
First roll. Let's see how we go with this. Okay. All right. 2 hero points. Okay, sure.
So he just, when you say that you want to scout the city, he says, I prefer if you just come straight to the gardens. Don't make it known that I've hired you. Don't create any commotion. His voice seems to treat you with some suspicion. Even though he's hired you.
Just like gives him a bit of a side eye, grins at him and says, I just need to stock up on some provisions.
Oh, very well. Yes.
And out she goes. First thing I do is look around for merchants. Who looks wealthy? There, isn't he? Do I see someone that looks kind of wealthy?
There's plenty of around this quarter, especially because this is like a rich area that the council resides in, as you can sort of tell by the picture. It's like that's his courtyard, but sort of duplicated outside of his estate.
I'm going to sneak towards what I see. The most wealthiest of the merchants that I can see within eyesight.
Okay. Now this is sort of outside the adventure per se. So, what's your intention?
I would like to sneak and pickpocket and top up on some gold that I just spent. You knew it was coming, surely.
You can make a sneak roll, but there'll be no hero points though. But see if your sneak point.
Okay, sure. I am very sneaky. Oh, hang on a minute. No.
That's no good.
I'm not sneaky.
Do you want to use... Well, because it's not going to be for hero points, I won't get you to use a hero point to do it. Unfortunately, you see that the merchant is guarded, and the guards, quickly catch on to the fact that there could be thieves in the area, and unfortunately there's no opportunity outside of the...
Okay. Sure.
state.
I see that and I'm like, nah, too dangerous, too risky.
Yep.
Turn around and go back.
All right, as you head back in, Brian, let's switch to you, and let's just make sure you are okay with your... you're in the voice and dice roll chat, and you can see your character sheet now.
Yep. I couldn't find... The last time I couldn't find it either, through the Age of Adventure, is the shopping list for shopping items, because in your...
Oh, I pinned it. Oh, sorry, yeah, I deleted it.
Because I put it there so I could find it next time, because I can never find it, and then you delete it.
Yeah, sorry about that. I can...
Bastard.
Actually, Tav, can you do me a favor and just copy the link to the equipment link and then paste it into Brian's bottom?
I reckon you should pop it in session 0, because in session 0, wouldn't that be a resource someone wants to know what they can buy from the store?
It is in that channel, in that category. Should be in there.
I'm looking with like I know my main like.
Oh, it's not in session 0. It's its own channel called equipment,
which I can't see.
That's right. I'll get Tav will copy.
There might be one of the hidden ones. Yeah.
There you go. I'll send it to you there. There you go. I just sent you a message. You should have it.
Thanks.
So,
no problem.
Brian, you have worked with your employer before. His name is I4 Tynan. You completed a previous mission for him, so your character knows I4. You know you can trust him. You know he delivers on what he says. In the past, I'll paste this and send it to you as a message, but I'll just let you know verbally that in the past you actually retrieved some ancient artifacts for him from a ruined temple in the jungle. All of the artifacts, remember that? Yeah, all of the artifacts were made of strange green metal, and he paid you like twice their value on the market. You found things like an ornate key, a scrying wheel, chalices, all sorts of things. He explained that these belonged to cultists who worshipped Pyra Kaltor, also known as the God King. And in the meantime, you've been staying at I4's garden apartment, which I've done a picture of in the dice chat, because he said that he's been, or the council has been studying these artifacts to try and work out how they can defeat the God King, because his spirit has risen from his grave, essentially. So you've been rehired to basically undertake that quest, which I've pasted in. So I'll copy with this little blurb that I just basically just summarized, in case you do want to study it more intently.
I reckon I was on that adventure. I can't remember which character I was playing.
Yeah, you were, but not.
I should have. Yeah, I should have played that character. Oh, I think it was Splintered, actually.
So I've sent that as a message to you that you can look at if you want. But it's just basically you've done an adventure for him in the past. There's no background music. I know you don't put it on anyway.
I'd like to speak to that guy and just say, I'm sorry, but my rates have gone up because I just can't afford to keep doing business anymore. Otherwise, I've got to go into liquidation.
Well, he says, Brian, the good news is I will pay for 4 adventurers and only 2 of you have turned up. So in essence, I will still honor my rate for the party.
Can you pay some up front, because I need to recharge some magical items, because in my last session I used up all of my magical items and I lost my giant goat and I nearly died. So that's why it's going to cost me money to recharge my magical items.
I see you now have another giant goat here.
Yes, I was able to buy another one, but I now no longer have the money to do what I need to do.
He seems like he's concerned with not only the fact that the fate of the world is on his shoulders, but he has one adventurer going out into the city when he told him to stay, and then another adventurer haggling for some advance. So he sort of seems a bit stressed, and his assistant turns up at this point. As you're asking him, he's contemplating, and I'll paste a picture of him. You've met him before. He's like basically his assistant. His name is Calden. And he sort of gets in between you and he says, Mr. Brian, my master has already given you what is required and given you board and our hospitality. Yet you ask more? Make a mind roll, Brian. I'll give you this as a mind roll in the game. Plead your case.
I clicked away. Let me find the chat again.
So the voice of dice rolls chat. You should really try and keep that open if you can.
Yep.
He says, no, Keldon, it is fine. Mr. Brian has helped us before recover those artifacts. Without them, we would not have this information. He says, I can advance you some of my private funds, but they will come out of your payment that I promised at the end. And he waves his finger to Keldon, and Keldon moves apart his gown and gives you a coin pouch of 6 gold pieces as an advance.
6. What about 12?
He shakes his head as Killiah comes into the picture and he says, will you be leaving now, adventurers? Or do you have questions about the adventure at hand? As Brian organises his purchases through Uber Arian, Amazon Arian.
Are you able to get us a special deal with the clerics to help recharge our magical items?
He says, I cannot provide any other services than putting them at their normal rate as they would require. I would not think of cutting into their business. If you do not feel you are able to undertake it, Mr. Brian, this quest, I am obviously concerned. He looks towards you, Killiah. What of you, my dark elf friend? As Keldon raises his eyebrow when he says friend and dark elf in the same sentence.
She squints her eyes, gleaming and looking at him, and says, obviously she doesn't speak proper English. She speaks broken common.
Yep.
And says, we will leave. Just gives him a bit of an evil look.
You do that?
Specifically when he says friend. Just frowns
sort of,
her brows just sort of wince and just like,
yeah. Well, Tynan,
I have no friends.
I4 says, oh, apologies, I did not mean to cast a slur upon your kind. a reverse slur. He doesn't know what he did wrong, but he apologizes for it in case he wakes up with a slit throat. Just as metagaming, because in the game you guys are ready to go. Yep. He tells you that there are 2 other adventurers. He did request from the guild, but he said time is of the essence. He cannot dally any longer as the days grow shorter. But out of the game, Brian, what do you want to spend? You can add the 6 gold to your
gold. So that gives me 30 all up.
And what do you want to purchase?
Well, actually, how much does it cost to get the goat's armor? It's not on the
goat. Yep. So that's normally it's 3, double for the size, and then double. It'll cost you 24 gold pieces to armor.
You're kidding me?
Nope.
I could buy another goat for that. I'll just let him die and buy another one.
The days when you were rich, those days are gone.
Well,
unless your dark elf friend has some funds she can advance.
Killer. Would you would you like to help contribute towards protecting our goat, because he can carry things for us?
Sort of looks sideways. What little gold I have, I'm not spending. I've only got 5 gold and 5 silver pieces. It's not going to be of any help.
Aren't you good at stealing, though?
Certainly am.
You try.
Could you steal some giant goat armor for me?
He's got no time to scout.
If you're a decent thief.
That's up to the GM, not up to me.
Well, you've never heard of A, armor for a goat, and 2, giant armor, so you're thinking the chances of finding... Yeah, it wouldn't nothing have to be manufactured.
Yeah. All right. In that case, bad luck, Bart. So all I can really do is charge some things and buy some.
Bart's pretty strong.
Do we know how far we're going?
Question for you, Adrian. If Brian was to spend, say, half the gold, would I be able to tinker up that armor?
Ooh.
If
No
you just
time.
bought the materials. Okay.
Oh,
Okay. I tried.
just spend.
All right. All right. So my challenge is I've got 24 gold pieces. Actually, how much? I don't know how many rations we need to buy. So
Okay, yep. I'll get you to do some rolls then, Brian. First of all, you can roll 1 dice for how many hero points and add 1 to it.
I just rolled a 5, so I don't want to. I'm a bit scared to roll again now. Can
Okay,
I roll
you can
for
roll.
the first for how long we're going to be traveling for?
Yep, you can roll that.
All right, because this will be low. There you go. That'll be 1 day we're traveling. Okay,
Yep.
now
So
I'll roll
you're
for
1
hero
day
points.
away from Kalagar.
Yep.
Hero points.
Hero points 5.
Beautifully. You get 6 because you get a bonus 1 because your character
that's right. Yeah.
from another adventure.
If only I could have started with 5 or 6 last time, but the second would still be with us. It was a nightmare with the rolling.
You're lucky you're even with us. That was unbelievable.
I know. Were you on that one last time, Tavis?
I say, who was I playing? I was playing Umbia, I think. Oh, no, Magnus.
Yeah.
I was playing Magnus.
Oh,
I saved
yes.
you with the healing potion.
Yeah.
So on the healing potion to, what's his name?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes, you were the one that went downstairs and saved my life with someone's healing potion. Yeah.
No, I threw it to the other guy who jumped there. But,
Ah, okay. I knew you were
jumped down.
involved in my
Yeah.
my saving. Thank you. All right. Okay. In that case, 0.6. So in that case, I only need 3 rations because one for me, 2 for the goat.
Yes, correct.
In which case, rations are
1 gold for 6, or you can.
1 gold for 6. All right. So, but then I've got 3 silver. So in that case, I'll just buy 3 silver.
Okay.
So that's fine, which means I've got 24 gold, 30 gold exactly for some charges. So what I will do is buy 5 charges.
How do you want to spread them?
Okay, so the Ring of Life Force, I'll just charge 2
Okay.
because it uses all at once.
Yep.
And the Fabled Ring of Protection, I'm going to charge that one 3.
Okay. Make all those changes so I can see that.
Yep.
No changes
Yep.
yet I can see.
Flat broke now.
And I've got 0 gold and 0 silver now I'll add 3 rations onto the goat.
Yep. Good old Bart. Let me know when you've done that, and then I'll get you to do another roll.
All right. Oh, it's submitted. It's changing on it.
Having a look now, reviewing. Yep, beautiful. Now you'll see that Bart the Third has skill TBA and temperament TBA.
Mm-hmm.
So I need you to roll 2 dice, and that'll determine the temperament. It's just a random roll. 16.
Better than last time.
1 of 67.
No, it's a number out of 11 and 66. I don't have it here. Let's have a look.
That's the best temperament. Also,
Have you got
martial
access?
arts expert.
Have you got access to it, Tav?
Yep, give me 1 sec.
I'll get Tav to find out
I
that.
think it's going to believe me, age.
What's that?
That 1 of 6 is the best temperament.
Trained animals. Affectionate. I already knew that one.
Oh, did you? How
That's
did you know that?
That's because of the bat.
Okay, yep.
That's
So you
what
can
I rolled
make
for
your temperament affectionate, and you get a 1 default skill for your goat companion. Normally the default skill is Dark Sea, but you can change it for whatever you like if you don't want Dark Sea.
All right. So what are the range of skills that I can pick from for a goat, though?
Fighting, searching, tracking. I mean, anything you want to. It's only got a 1 in 6. If you have it, normally Dark Sea is the default because you don't have to roll for it. But if you want a skill, then you'll have 2 dice to roll instead of 1.
That's right. So if I want to be able to have him defend, what would that skill be? Defense?
So the combat fighting. So it's like a fighting goat. Yeah. So you can say skill is fighting.
Okay.
And temperament is he's a lover, not a fighter.
Yeah.
So update that.
It just means he won't be running off to chew grass or chase bugs or give them stuff like the last
That was
one.
my favourite. He's always nuzzling, likes affection.
He's an affectionate fighter. I'm a lover and a fighter.
Okay, so as you guys both get ready, you can introduce your character, Brian, because we introduced Killiah, but we haven't introduced Brian. Can you tell us a bit about Brian?
Yeah. I'm Brian from the Forest of Nazareth, and I'm Brian, and so is my wife. She stayed.
Never gets old.
Never
gets old.
Yeah. And I am on a quest to rid the world of bullies and tyrants, and I would like to be recognised as a lawmaker. I'm still on the quest to get a badge after all of these heroic, campaigns. I'm still badgeless. Maybe I need to get a badger as an animal pet. Maybe it's the best way to do it, actually.
Oh, you're on fire tonight. You've already got the. We worked out who's the comedy relief in the tag team.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so I'm just going to move the other two characters out because there are two other characters who may turn up during the session. One has said they'll turn up, so that I'll just introduce them as they come. But for now, you're in I4's estate. You know it's only one day, so you're close to Kalagar. As you've both said, you're keen to leave, and he's keen for you to find these tablets and get the information. But before you depart, he gives you some extra information. He says, from our scrying, we've determined that 4 tablets were uncovered many thousands of years ago. And the reason I set you off to Kalagar is there was an old city called the old Kalagar, which the new city is now built upon. So those tablets, that's why he believes those tablets are in Kalagar. And to further aid you, he says, I know of a historian. He goes by the name of Katas, an antiquarian, a student of history. Locate Katas, and I'm sure they will be able to point you in the direction of the tablet's whereabouts. So I pasted that in the dice chat just so you know who to look for in Kalagar. And then he nods towards his assistant, who I've forgotten the name of, but anyway, he nods towards Calden, and he says, I've also spoken to the council, and we have this item that we'd like you to take. And I've just pasted a picture, and it looks very expensive. He says this is a writing scroll case. It is lockable, so there's a key. It's also waterproof, and inside there are 6 parchments. He says, use this to record your findings and what information you gain about the tablets. Who would like to take that? It does take 1 slot, but it'll give you all of those implements.
What?
I mean, Killiah can barely speak it, so I don't know how well she's going to be writing.
Can I read it?
Read what? No, it's blank. It's all blank. It's a brand new kit.
Yeah.
It's for you to describe information that you determine from the tablet.
All right. I'll put it in actually, does I assume Bart the third has got a goat's backpack.
Oh yes,
like
you can on the 0. Oh sorry, yeah, your rations go where the numbers are. So rations times 3 goes where the 1 slot is, and 0 you do have like a cover, a blanket and some saddlebags.
Okay.
So with that, if you like, you can add the writing case to
writing case. Yep. No worries. And so I'm supposed to take notes as I'm going. Like when we get a break, I need to.
How it'll work? Yeah, how it'll work is when you find the tablets, or if there's any information that you gain about the tablets, you can actually write in your. Either you can write it next to the case, or you can create a different post for it, and that'll be the notes you've taken in that case. So whatever you write in your character sheet, either in a separate post, or you can write it in that 2 slot. I'll leave it up to you.
Okay.
So whatever's written there is written on the scrolls.
Okay, so we need to pretty much transcribe the tablets onto that paper.
Or retrieve them if you can. It's possible. Would be even better. But as I said, they were just believed to be discovered thousands of years ago. They may not be in condition.
No, it's when we get back, it might cost them extra to get the tablet so they can have what's written.
Well, we are trying to save the world from the fate of the God King's reign. When he was, it is believed that when he ruled his kingdom, many centuries past, thousands of years past, he swore that he would destroy Arian and be named as its ruler. So tens of thousands of lives are at stake, not to build the stakes up too high. Keldon bows, as he passes the case over to you very respectfully. He knows that you've got a great task. I4 says, I must now return to the council to continue studying the artifacts. But remember this, my brave heroes. Go now, but tell no one of this mission, for the God King's spies are everywhere.
Hello.
Oh, hello, who have we got here? Nitram.
Myself.
Do you want me to refer to you as
late,
Nitram?
But now I'm here.
No, you're all right. You're okay. Martin, beautiful. I'm GM Age or Adrian, and we've also got two players tonight who will be joining you. Pete playing Brian, and I'll get him to introduce himself to you, and Tavis, who's playing Killiah. Before I do that, I just make sure that you can see all the channels that we need you to see. So can you see your character sheet channel, which I'm pretty sure you can because you pasted it in. Thank you very much. So with your character sheet channel, which is 00 Urula 2, you should also be able to see Killiah and Brian. So you can look at their characters, but obviously don't make any edits, but it's just so that you can see what the party has, and vice versa, the other players can see your character sheet as well. The only thing I need you to keep track of is your equipment and your stamina and hero points. So to edit your post, you can just right-click edit and make those changes during the game as we go. Do you have any questions about your character sheet or that channel?
Not yet, no.
Awesome. The other channel you need to be in is the dice rolling channel. The last image in there is an image of a writing case that's been given to one of the heroes to record their findings. Can you see that channel, or would you like me to tag you in it?
Soul channel?
The voice and dice rolls channel, where we'll be.
You mean the voice chats
the
itself?
Chat.
Okay.
Sorry, yes, the chat.
Okay.
So the dice roller is just above there, and I know that you created your own character, so I know that you've read the rules and you've probably got a good grasp of them, but did you want me to go over each line of the character sheet just to explain anything of the rules, or you're pretty confident how it works?
No need.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty self-explanatory, and when it comes to tabletop systems, this is a relatively easy one.
Good man. All right, then what I'll get you to do is you start with 1 dice worth of hero points. So you can roll 1d in the dice roller and update your character sheet with that many hero points. Nice. Okay, the maximum you can have is 6. So 5 is good. So you can update your character sheet, and I'll just make sure I can see that so we know that's working. So you start with 5.
I mean, I thought it was plus. Okay, then the plus the starting one. Okay,
5,
then it's just 5.
5 for a first-time character, and then if you use this character, if you survive and use the character in another adventure, you get d6 plus 1. Yep, so 5. And you know what you can use hero points for?
If I'm like boosting a roll, like basically toward a skill, we roll everything.
Yes.
+1 damage, I think. And I think also the usual telephone joker for getting a tip for when you don't know what to do.
Beautiful. What I'm going to do as well, which I always like doing for the first-time players, in your character sheet, I'm just going to paste the little reference card so that you can always open that and look at what you can use 0 points for, and it has a bit of information on proficiency checks. As I said, only if you need it, it's there. If you do, if you don't, then you don't have to worry about looking at it. The final thing, so that covers basically the character sheet and the dice rolling channel. The final thing is the adventure itself, and I've pasted the description of the adventure. And if you scroll up, I've put it in the game chat as well as in the dice rolling chat. If you just scroll up, you'll see the Friezes of Kalagar has a little blurb on what your adventure is. So I'll give you a chance to have a read of that. And let me know if you've got any questions.
I read that.
Yeah. And with that, I will now get the other two players to introduce their characters, and if they wish, share any information they have garnered from the initial meeting with I4 Tynan, who's that wizardly-looking character in the dice rolling chat. The other portly, bald gentleman is his assistant, who gave like a scroll case to Brian. But nothing key in terms of information. We really haven't gone over anything major. So, Brian, do you want to introduce who you are, who you're playing? Are you there, Pete?
Yep. Yes, Brian. I'm Brian of Nazareth, and I rid the world of bullies and tyrants. And I have a giant goat. He's Bartholomew the Third. That's because his previous two giant goats have all died. He's pretty much walking backpack. He doesn't have a lot of skills other than carrying stuff. And that's it for me.
Excellent.
I'm a human wizard.
Yep, and halfling wizard.
Same.
They both started with H. That's about the.
Yeah.
And do you want to share any information about this adventure that you have garnered from your patron, or the equipment they've given you?
Yeah, we need to go and try to find some ancient tablets. The information on these tablets is going to be helpful to try to overpower some evil spirits in the lands. And so when we get those tablets, which is our mission, I have to take notes of what was written on those tablets and return it back for payment.
Beautiful. Killiah?
Killiah doesn't speak very good common, but given that Urula is elf, Killiah will greet and welcome. Yes. She will welcome her into the party in Elvish. And explain to her that she's an assassin from a dark forest. That she's pretty good at throwing blades and tinkering things. Essentially a rogue of types. And she's not very friendly to most others, but she will be particularly friendly to other elves. So.
Beautiful. And anything you've garnered about the adventure that Urula could be useful?
We'll say something along the lines, all in Elvish. They're worried about some evil king that ruled once upon a time, and our job is to find him information that might help them stop the rise of this great evil king they speak of.
Any questions, Urula, before we introduce your character about the adventure?
No, not really.
So I4 and Calden, you're in their garden estate at the moment. You're only a day's journey to Kalagar. It's a coastal city, so you're fairly close to it. Do you want to introduce your character to the others?
Urula is an elf wizard. She specifically likes to study just the magic in general. She finds it fascinating, and probably she is interested in this, not just for the money, but maybe even about the tablet itself, to see if it has any arcane properties.
Okay, that's good. That's good. You've also got I think you have. I remember. Yes, you've got a companion, animal companion, a barn owl. So
Yes.
Basically, with that, you can include some more information in that. I'll let you know. First of all, I see you've recorded stamina, so that's fine, and how much it can carry. It has a skill of 1. Companions and hirelings work a bit different to heroes. The skill means when you get or you ask the owl to perform an action, there's only a 1 in 6 chance that it can pull that action off. So they're mainly used, for yours is more as a companion, Brian's goat's more as a load bearer. So just so you know that they can do things, but they're not very effective. So if you want to add a note there, they have a skill of 1 or 1 in 6. The other thing is all companions have a temperament. So I'll get you to roll 2 dice if you click the 2D, and then I'll get Tavis to check the chart to see what your barn owl's temperament is. 41.
Interesting.
Okay.
I think that is.
And then you can also add that to your. Now, the other thing is, do you have a name for the territorial? So you can.
Territorial.
Yeah, if you can embellish the slot which has animal companion with skill 1 out of 6 if you need to, and also that it's territorial. It's an interesting one, territorial.
Marks the territory to establish dominance. What is this? What is the animal? Sorry,
barn owl.
Okay.
A white barn owl, actually.
Barn owl.
An owl. Nice.
Yes. I mean, not completely white, but mostly white, with a little bit of brown, like barn owls sometimes.
No problem. Does it have a name, or we'll just call it owl?
I'm just gonna be lazy and just call her white.
White? No, that's easy. White, the white and brown barn owl. Okay. The other thing is you've got it as a slot. So that means that it's resting on you or with you. So your defense will be its defense if you have it as a slot. The other option is you can put it as its own. So free up that slot and just edit your sheet underneath the 8, or create a line for it that just says white barn owl. Copy and paste, cut and paste that information. If it's not on your equipment as a slot, that means it's flying around, but not on you for protection. So it'll have its own. If something happens, it'll be its own.
If I remember correctly, the animal companion acts on their own anyway, right?
It does, yes. I mean, it sort of is a companion, so you can sort of give it commands, but yeah, it has its own action. It's just a question of whether you want it to be a slot, take up a slot, but then you can help it defend, like hold it close, or otherwise it frees up the slot like you've done now, and it just flies around.
I mostly got it for flavor, because I didn't plan to actually use it for anything like combat-wise. Yeah. I just thought it was neat.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You never know.
When
you may need it.
Then its main purpose would be to more be a lookout and so if combat starts, it would probably its job would be to skedaddle and either fly high above if we're outside, or just be out of in cover somewhere.
Okay, no worries.
It's not a combatant. It's not an attack owl.
Yeah. Well, being that it's territorial, do you want to elaborate what it does to mark its territory? How does that show?
I mean, honestly, good question, because that's really weird behavior for an owl.
We'll just say it doesn't like if other animals come close to it, it just likes its own space. We'll just play it at that. So it doesn't.
You can just say that it doesn't really like any other people except for Urula.
Yeah, fair enough. It definitely
he just doesn't dislike everyone.
Yeah, it definitely keeps away from Bart. Doesn't like that.
So she's a bit of a bitch.
Yeah, good.
Sounds like Killiah.
Killiah likes her already. All right, now with the party assembled, the last thing as you're leaving the garden estate, you hear I4 say to all of you as you're waiting outside the gate, we'll just say, because the others were sort of inside, and he says, "Oh, Wasala." He sort of takes you aside, and he reiterates, "Go now. It is days' travel to Kalagar, but tell no one of this mission, for the God King's spies are everywhere." So it's like a covert mission to get this information. Do you have any questions that you want to ask before you head off? The others are ready to go.
No, I don't have any questions.
All right. The adventuring party moves along the road, the journey to Kalagar, a close journey as you exit the Gate of Skulls, which is the name of the gate that exits from Arian, the great city of Arian, and you head onto the Kalagar Road. You travel across the Pikestaff Plain via this road. It runs astride a river. The road is paved the entire way, so the journey itself is quite easy. The first rolls I will do is I'll get you all to roll turn order. So this will be an out of combat turn order, just so that we're not all treading on everyone's toes. But then if the combat does ensue, we'll redo those numbers. So I'll put those updated, and Pete 21. And if you can also roll turn order, Martin.
All right.
Just the button that says turn order. The higher the better, as in who goes first. But as I said, it's not combat, so it's just to give us some sort of order along the road. Thank you. So you are third. Now you can use a hero point to re-roll turn order if you want to act first outside of combat for some reason. Does anyone want to re-roll, or happy to take that?
Killiah's happy. She can see people in front and behind. She likes to be
cool. Brian's obviously
well
first.
aware of her surroundings.
Are you happy to be third, Urula, at this point?
Sure.
All right. As you are traveling, everyone can decide on what they're going to focus on as they travel this short journey. Yeah, that's fine. I see a little note about adding that. You can put that information in your 0 slot. That's fine. So you can copy and paste that in your 0. So Brian, what do you want to focus on as you travel along this road by foot? It's the main road that leads to Kalagar.
Just looking out for danger, and also seeing if there's any good food that Brian might be able to eat along the way. So he might be able to scavenge some sort of provisions rather than using the provisions I purchased.
If you have Pathfinder, you can scavenge, but you don't see anything edible. One day's journey for yourself will require provisions because you don't have any money to buy from any stalls or anything you find out anyway. So
isn't there always some chance I can find berries and things along the way?
Only if you have Pathfinder.
Not even a 1 in 6 chance, you say?
Well, you can find things, but you don't know if they're poisonous, so you don't bother about it. So
Okay. All right.
Pathfinder means.
But what about? But goats can eat anything, so nothing's poisonous to a goat.
Well, a Bart,
we
Bart stays close to you and just sort of sniffs at the bag of provisions you've got, waiting for you to feed it. But you can send it off to eat if you want.
All right. Well,
it likes the food you've purchased. You're pretty much
right. Eat my silver piece food.
You don't have to do it yet. So at the moment you're just on guard. What about you, Killiah? What do you want to focus on?
I do have Pathfinder, so I could roll Pathfinder.
You want to focus on getting provisions?
No. She's just going to make sure her blades are sharp. She's made some nice shiny new blades that she's
got very fancy ones, that's for sure. They don't need sharpened. tell you that much.
Well, she likes to just make sure everything's
Your razor?
pristine, they're nice and clean, and she just sort of.
Okay, you focus on
scraping the. She's paying attention to what's around her. With her, she's got one of those master blades in her hand.
Okay, no worries. So you basically focus on being alert as well, but armed with your blades as you're sort of monitoring those as well. What about you, Urala? Everyone seems to have their wits about them. Do you want to focus on anything in particular, or just be alert like the others?
Nope. Just getting to our destination.
No problem. All right, I will get everyone to make a detect roll, which is a mind roll. You get a bonus dice because you're basically, there's no threat, you're just sort of being alert. So everyone can roll 2 dice, and we'll see how many successes we get as you travel along the road. So starting with Killiah, starting with Brian, it's a mind check, so that's 1 success.
And that's not a luck point, is it?
I will tell you whether it is. Just hold on 1 second, because I've lost the channel. I don't know why I've clicked out of that for some stupid reason. 1 success. No, you need 2 successes for this particular thing. So did you want to use the hero point to re-roll, or just take the 1? So you are alert, though. So if something was to come out of the blue, you are alert.
Not going to waste a luck point on that. Speaking of luck points, after because this is the 3rd generation of Bart, so this evolution, does he, as the third evolved version, get a chance to have a luck point, at least 1 luck point?
I think you know the answer to that. All right, as we go to Killiah, you nothing. You also get 1 success, which means you're alert and your blades are keenly sharp, ready for action. Some of them have a glistening sheen on them. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Did you want to use 0 point, try and get 2 successes, or happy just to be alert?
No, just take the alert status.
Okay. Last but not least, Urala. 2 successes. Your eyes are razor sharp at the moment, and you get a hero point for that. So your hero points go up to 6. You can edit that. And as you are traveling along this road to Kalagar, give me a d6 roll. So this is something random you notice on the way. 5. Okay. Strangely, it's a fine day as you're traveling. You're not too sure how the weather's going to be at the end of the day, but it's a fine day. You're traveling at this point, and you just happen to be, being alert. You notice there's something about the clouds as they shift, and you sort of focus your attention up into the sky as the sun sort of gets blocked out by this patch of clouds, and you indeed believe you see a face. It is looking down. It's not definitive as in it's a face of X, but it's definitely, you can see eyes, a mouth, the nose, just looking down on you. What do you wish to do?
Okay.
We'll say as well that white is sort of, sort of gives out a sort of yelp, which sort of alerts you that they also sense that something sort of weird.
I'm going to point out a good question. Wait a second, I have to think about this. Hey, everyone, do you see that as well?
You can bring it to their attention and they can look up. Yeah, you can bring it to their attention, and as they look up, you guys just see clouds. I mean, sometimes they look like a face, I guess, if you sort of want it to look like a face. But as you have said that, Urala, and you look up, you realize that cloud sort of dissipates, and you sort of question yourself, I guess. But in your mind, it was definitely like a naturally clear. Like,
can I make an Arcana roll to maybe figure out if there's something supernatural or magical, an effect of something?
As it dissipates, you're like, okay, that's even more sus. Okay, so it was like, when you became alerted the others to it, that face went away. Yes, make a roll. You get 2 dice because you're skilled in Arcana, and you're very intelligent. So, yes, 2 successes. You definitely know that this was a supernatural event that you saw. Indeed, you are certain something is watching your progress. Something knows that you've left the city and are traveling along this road.
Well, that's not ominous at all.
Is there anything else you'd like to do? Because the others, Brian and Killiah, you looked up but you saw clouds. You didn't see anything that looked really like a face. Did you want to share any information?
Well, there's not much. There's not much we can do about it now. We just have to be more careful.
Have you shared this with the others, or have you kept it to yourself?
Unless I specify otherwise, usually in the play tabletop RPGs, my characters always share anything they learn. So them not sharing is the exception, not the rule. So just assume, if I don't specify, that my character shares information.
Yeah. So Killiah and Brian, you hear this information that you're being watched by some supernatural.
Killiah will just turn her head back, just slightly, not all the way back, but just sort of halfway, and whisper in Elvish. Again, it's going to be in Elvish because she's bad at speaking Common.
Yep.
Essentially, just say, "Steel yourself. We know we are being watched by the Thane of the God King."
Oh, okay. Killiah, you give that, and Brian, you hear a bit of Elven exchange, but Urula spoke in Common to you and told you about the supernatural clouds.
Urula turns to Brian, is like, don't worry, Killiah is being dramatic, but we should be aware that we are being watched.
Thank you for the heads up. And I tell Bart as well.
Okay, yeah. Well, you sort of pat Bart, and
I just point at the clouds and I go like a crazy kind of. I'm good at doing miming, so to help communicate with Bart, and he and I get on very well that way.
Yeah, he nudges you and says, "Yeah, I love you too."
Old man yells at clouds.
Yeah. As the day passes, you can now take off your resources for the trip. So for Brian, you can remove 3 provisions. For Killiah and Urula, you can get rid of 1 provision or 2 silver pieces if you wanted to pay for a meal at one of the stalls on the road. So either 1 provision or 2 silver. Just let me know what you've decided and make the change to
I've already subtracted
provision. Now, what about you, Urula? Have you got provisions or some silver to pay a merchant?
Let me quickly look. I think yes, I do.
Yep. Would you like to pay 2 silver pieces to a merchant, or just see 1 of your provisions?
I mean, I'm a good question. 1 second. I mean, well, the unit of 6 costs 1 gold. How many gold pieces is 1 silver piece?
6. It's cheaper to use your provision if you're counting pennies.
Okay, so it's basically the same. Okay, so it's market price. Okay. I'm gonna use my provisions for now.
Okay.
Since I do not have a lot of silver pieces.
No problem. You subtract 1. The other thing I'll let you all know as players that we'll probably have 2 breaks, 2 10-minute breaks rather than 1 15-minute, and we'll do it by sort of scenes. So at the end of the first scene, we'll have a 10-minute, then at the end of the second scene, before the end, we'll have another 10-minute. And I'm sure Tavis will help me with the 10-minute clock. Okay, so the day passes without incident. Yes, there was the clouds looking at you, but there wasn't any threat in terms of physical threat that has assailed you. And before long, you come into view of the seaside city of Kalagar. As it does come into view, Brian rolled for how long it takes. So Killiah, you can roll for the time of day you arrive. So roll a d6, and we'll see what time of day you arrive here. 3. So it is morning when you've arrived. So we'll say that you camped overnight, and as the dawn broke, you headed for the stretch home into Kalagar. And you can see as you do approach that the road there is busy. It's a very busy, it's like a trading city. It's on the coast, similar to Arian, not as big as Arian, but it's a smaller city, but nonetheless overlooking the Sea of Silver. The wide paved road approaches the land gate, and it's busy with all manner of carts and travellers. We'll say that early morning coming in to perhaps sell their wares or returning to the city in between Arian. You also notice that the city gates are open and they are guarded, but from this distance, as you sort of moving, you notice they're not stopping anyone, but you can see they're just looking upon everyone who's entering, looking down at them, sort of nominally, not being anything too abrupt. And I will get Martin. You can roll a d6 for the weather. The lower you roll, the better the weather on this day. 2. The gods are smiling. Okay, so it's a mild day. It's a mild morning. So perfect weather. You can hear the sound of seagulls chirping, and on the shore you can see boats returning with their catch, for the market again. So there's a lot of hustle and bustle. It looks like a very active, welcoming city, if you had to summarize it. White, sort of flies down and, glides over the water, and a lot of the seagulls and birds scurry away as it sort of like tries to shoo them off. And Bart just stays close to its master, liking the close company of Brian. So with that, let us go to the turn order. And Brian, you see what I have described on this very fine day of peace, people doing their living out their lives. What would you like to do as you approach the gate?
Well, we really don't have much of a clue. Like we're supposed to come to this place to try to find the tablets, but we don't actually know where the tablets are, do we? Like within the town.
You were given one piece of critical information about locating the tablets. I'll see if Urula didn't hear it, but Killiah, if you might remember.
Yeah, apparently we need to find a contact here in this town. This is all in broken common. She's
Yes.
not very good at speaking, but she will
Yep.
remind you that we need to find Catus the Antiquarian.
I think did I paste that in the channel? I can't remember. It's pretty good. You
did.
remember. I did. Oh, you
I
can
scrolled up to find it because I remembered that you.
I did. Yeah, you can repaste it into the chats for Urala's benefit. So Brian, that doesn't cost you an action. You basically ask, who are we supposed to find again? Killiah, broken common lets you know, and that information also lets Urala know.
Right, I look around and see if there's like an information desk or someone that looks knowledgeable that I could maybe ask a couple of questions. See, if the antiquity is around anywhere.
Yeah, so you're happy to. You haven't passed into the city yet. You have to pass under the gates where there's the guards essentially. So are you happy just to go in? Nothing you want to do? Yeah, beautiful. All right, that's all I needed to know. So you start moving with Bart. Even though Bart is larger than most of the animals here, you don't seem to be getting any particular attention from any of the citizens. And as you get closer to the gates, the guards look. You see that some are perched in their sort of lookouts, and there's some just lazily staying in the shade, sort of maybe eating, sort of preoccupied with their own thing. And they look at you, so they're not ignoring you. But what do they see, like when they look at Brian and Bart? Anything that stands out?
No, it's a bit like Kung Fu Panda, where there's the small dad with the big son. There's the panda. It's kind of a similar thing with me and Bart. I'll just say, "This is my son."
Oh, do you want to engage them with?
If anyone asks, I go, "This is my son."
Okay, yeah, no one's asking. So you basically keep a low profile, so they just basically see that description that you make. But doesn't garner any attention. That's fine. No worries. Killiah, you see Brian herd Bart in. The guards sort of look upon them, as well as some of the onlookers, the citizens sort of, as Bart sort of, moves through some of the smaller animals because it's a lot larger, but doesn't seem to be abnormally garnering any attention. What did you want to do?
Killiah's going to pull her hood over her head, lighten her step, and just sort of a very slight grin. She's going to look around for something shiny to pickpocket off somebody.
Yeah, you see there's a lot of people moving in. You see the guards, as I mentioned, they are looking at the people coming in. So, there is some risk there. So you can make a sneak roll to just wander over to one of the, you try and pick the best target, obviously.
Boom, boom.
It's really been burning you. That's the second time. You want to use the hero point to re-roll. You need at least one success, otherwise...
Let's go. Hero point. Oh, well done.
After the old Killiah.
Niente. Can I not? Yeah, that's right. Sure. So that's one hero. No, I'll burn another hero point. Why not?
Okay, you've got none left.
Oh, hang on a minute. Sorry. I hit the wrong button.
Do you want to just roll one more, or are you going to roll two? Two. Okay, you get that hero point back. So essentially, you burn a few hero points to make sure you succeed, and in the end, it's a really good find. Oh, really good success. So you know that the guards have definitely got nothing on you, and the person doesn't know they've been swiped. And you can roll. You're just going to grab their pouch and then see what's in there.
Yeah, whatever. It's just anything, whatever shiny. See someone that looks kind of noble.
Yeah, roll d6. This is a random roll. Just to see, pick your best thing. Okay, you see that none of them, there's no targets that seem to be carrying, items per se that you would think, there's sort of value. So you just go for the coin pouch. Yep. And with 2 successes, I'll give you 1d worth of gold. You can break that up into silver pieces, but the total is a gold piece value. Yep.
I roll for that, right? Yep. 4 gold.
Yep.
Nice. That's good. She just has a little smirk as she continues forward.
What do the guards see then as you eventually move through the gate? What do they see when they look at this hooded person?
They just see like a dark cloak draped over Killiah. She doesn't even bother to look. She just sort of gives them a small wave with her hand. Not really any particular gesture, just like a sort of bugger off wave.
Stop! Yeah, you do that, and the guards don't seem to give you any second glance. I mean, just they see a hooded figure walk in, just sort of minding their own business, and you blend in. Essentially, if you're saying there's nothing you want to sort of look extravagantly, your cloak sort of covers your weapons and your glistening blades, and you also move in.
And my face, most importantly.
Yeah, definitely. And it's very shadowy under the arch that moves through the gates, so you have no problem at all. Last but not least, Urula, as you see the other two move in, you didn't notice Killiah. You noticed Killiah sort of deviate a little bit towards some of the people moving in, but then she sort of corrects her course, so you didn't see anything untoward. As white, flies over the top of the gate to meet you on the other side. Is there anything you want to do in particular as you enter the city?
Nope.
What do the guards see as
this
they
is just a stopover point from us, right?
Sorry?
We're just stopping quickly before we go on to the location where the tablets are, right?
Yes, you're just moving into the gates, through the guard gates of this city. What do they see when they look down from their parapets? Anything that stands out?
She just, contrary to her companion, she's just walking like a normal person.
Yeah, 100%. Got your
She's
little,
just maybe giving. It's like seeing Killiah is doing her best teenage goth impression. Is like I'm so dark and so sad. So I got it. and the halfling is being weird.
You're thinking beautiful. My first adventure with this motley crew. You get on the other side, and we'll say that you've all entered as individuals, in case you did want to keep it that way. So you can all see each other. So you've gone through the main gates, and you see the normal aspects of the city, your market, your inns, the trading area, down to the docks. So all of that seems like your standard city, similar to Arian. So what do you want to do, Brian, as you're now inside the city? I'll just let you know, just a brief thing. The two things that sort of stand out is the city has a lot of tall, narrow houses. They're all roofed in the same sort of grey slate, and they're all painted in shades of blue to reflect their sort of coastal ambience. And there's a lot of smell of food in the air, and it seems like the market and the docks are the busiest part of it, and it's basically seafood extraordinaire. So that's most of the attention is happening there. The rest of the parts of the city are a lot quieter. So it's mainly the docks and like the market area getting set up, or it's bustling, yeah, because this is mid-morning, so it's already been set up. So anyway, with that, you've made your way in. You can all talk if you want to converse. That's fine. I'll give you an opportunity to do that if one of you wants to suggest something. Otherwise, Brian will get the first move.
I mean, Killiah doesn't really. She never really has much to say, to be honest.
Yeah. So Urula and Brian look at each other. You see Killiah pretty much will just follow the course that you guys decide.
So I guess we're trying to find Tavis, this guy Tavis, the person Tavis.
Yep. And how do you intend to do that? You weren't given much information.
Who is that guy? Like, who is the guy we're supposed to meet? That could probably give us an idea of where he is.
Catus is the.
Like, we haven't know his name, but what's his deal?
He's the contact. He's he deals with antiques, things of great value in history.
Yes, you were told. I mean, it was passed on that. Yeah, the occupation was antiquarian, and believed to know the history of the tablets, so therefore be able to put you in the right direction.
Did he, since he deals with antiques, does he have a shop? Are we told anything about
that? What Tavis has pasted into the chat is all you were told about Katas.
All right, hold on. I'm just gonna turn and see if there is a guard or someone nearby, and I'm just gonna ask them.
Yeah, you can. There are official persons in terms of where the guards are. You can see that there's two guards. I'll let you know that the guards all are dressed in. I'll paste this picture. Okay, they don't look this aggressive. Okay, but essentially they've got sort of a black plated armor, but all their faces are covered with just a mesh. Sort of a Middle Eastern feel.
A veil?
A veil, yes. So you can see their eyes, and you can see there's two that are on the inside of the gate, and they're helping some people at the moment. So they're not, even though they look pretty aggressive there, so they're helping some people about setting up a stall or pointing. So they seem like they're giving some information to some other people who've just entered, looking around, similar to you guys. Oh my God, where do I start? Whatever. So you start heading towards there.
Yeah, well, all right.
Brian, did you want to do anything? Is see Urula?
Right here.
Yeah, Urala's moving towards two guards who seem to be helping a group of lost travelers who seem to also not be sure where to go.
Yeah, I don't think guards would be a good source of information. I'm looking for, if there's anyone old that looks like they've been around for a long time.
You see there's a at the front of a small little tavern. There's an old gentleman who's watching everyone pass in. He's on a rocking chair, and he's chewing on some sort of.
All right, well, they're the best. That's the best sort, aren't they? Yep. So I go to that. Yep.
Yep. No worries. And Killiah. So Urula heads back towards the wall. Brian goes a bit inwards. Seems to be moving towards a small food.
Sort of looks back at Urula, looks to Brian, shakes her head a little bit, sort of in disagreement with what they're doing, and she starts to prepare. Basically, I'm going to prepare a Pathfinder to see if I can find my way to this person, or to a shop that would meet the description of someone that would work.
So Pathfinder, like for tracks, how will Pathfinder help?
Well, it's about finding things, isn't it?
Outdoor?
So I'm looking. I'm probably going to be looking
but
for a shop.
It's nature lore, flora and fauna, trekking, navigation, outdoor survival. I don't know.
Yeah, you can still, but you can still use
you
can still prepare.
Probably be like.
Yeah, we'll say that while the others split towards some figures, Killiah just uses her street smarts, being an assassin.
Kind of what I was getting.
To find targets. So it'll be you burn this turn to prepare, and then it'll just be a mind roll with a bonus dice. So let's go to the order, and we'll go Brian first. Brian, you head over to a very elderly gentleman of centenarian. That sort of, he looks very, very old. He doesn't see you until you get really close, and he looks towards Bart. Oh, you're a big chap.
This is my son. He's a very strong lad.
Oh, yes. You must be very, very proud. It looks like he could lift a barn. He sort of seems very impressed. What's your name, son?
My name's Brian.
You see, he sort of looks towards you, but then looks back at your son. And what is your name, sir? He's sort of a bit confused because he was looking at your son.
He's Bartholomew.
Oh, he doesn't speak? He doesn't know the common tongue?
No, he doesn't. Sorry.
Oh, it's true. I feel sorry for some nowadays not knowing the king's language. Oh, well, and he sees chewing on what looks to be the leg of a crab leg. He's sort of like trying to get the meat out of it, but it seems as though, let's just say, it's probably someone's discard. He looks to be of, hard times.
Yeah.
Feeding on the scraps.
You look like a wise and experienced man of this town. Would you happen to know where the antiquarian is?
Oh, you're talking to me? Bartholomew?
Yes.
Oh, the antiquarian?
Yes, his name's Tavis, I believe.
Tavis. Okay, roll, first of all, a mind roll, just to see how you relate, how your bearing is. Yes, he says, always happy to help outsiders. Everybody knows Katas. Antiquarian, I haven't heard that word for a long time. Even though your son does not speak the king's language, you do have a good grasp of it, Bartholomew. You'll go far, young lad.
Okay.
And he sort of like gets out sort of his broken spectacles and sort of looks around and he says, oh, just down East Street. You'll find her house. You won't miss it. It's a little bit dilapidated, but he describes it. Let's see if I've got in there for it.
Okay, and I'm fair to assume that the East Street is into the east of this town?
Just beside the coastal cliff, you'll see a large, strangely shaped building. That is where Katas.
Thank you. No worries. I appreciate your help. Have a good day.
All right, you feel very happy about getting that information as we switch to Urula. Oh, sorry, Killiah, you were second. I know you use your round to wait. So, Urula, you head over.
I whistle to the others and kind of go and point where we're going to go, just to give them like a heads up.
Okay, you give a whistle that's loud enough to get their attention if they do want to heed it. So, Urula, the guards have just finished with this family that was sort of unsure, and they look up to you as you hear a whistle behind you, which you for somehow you determine that it's could be one of your colleagues.
I heard a whistle, which I'm going to promptly ignore, and I'm going to speak to the guard.
All right, you see that, as I said, they've got a veil, but you can see the eyes very sweaty because they're wearing this armor. And it's a fine day. Let's just say he's sort of leaning sort of in the shade. He says, "Greetings, traveler."
Greetings, good sir. I am searching for a certain, I think, shopkeeper, and would like to know if you know where I could find them.
He sort of looks you up and down. Let's have a look what you got. Yeah, he looks you up and down. So you don't have any obvious weapons or anything. You just got that stick. Your arms
She does. I don't know. That's not there because it doesn't have any equipment. But she does also like wear a belt. Has like a belt pouch with some like stuff like books. I don't. In this setting, technically, we don't have spell books, but like some pouch with all her stuff. And on her side is definitely a wand holster, so her wand is visible.
Yeah, you see the other guard comes up as well and says, "Always happy to help a young lady." Okay, make a mind roll, and this is how well your interaction goes. Let's roll 1 dice. Oh, yeah, well, you're already at maximum hero points, so you can't get any more. But you only need 1 success. They are helpful, and they look like, they sort of like helping the damsel in distress, per se. And they say, "Of course, who are you after? Who are you looking for?"
Someone called Katas, the antiquarian. I want to inquire about some interest on some of my research, and I need some expertise.
Oh, they say, "Smart girl." They look at each other. "Yes, if only my daughter could be like you." They sort of like smile on you. And you're sort of taken aback that even though these guys look like they're, it's obviously soldiers, but they're very friendly. So, not your usual sort of city guards, or either that they're not used to seeing in trouble.
I personally think.
Hey?
I mean, it would make. I think personally it makes sense to pay the most friendly people to be the ones that's like be inside the guard.
Yes.
I mean, they're probably like assigned people like according to their skills.
Human
like, you don't want someone who's bad at social situations.
Yeah, and these guys definitely fit the bill.
The ones that are probably more like fighty are probably the 2 guys that are outside that are meant to like stop if something something breaks out, or the guys in the stand on by, I think, in the guardhouse.
These guys, they sort of nod and they point over to a road that sort of flanks the coast, and they say, "The large rambling building down the east there. You can't miss it." They give you the extra info. They say, "She doesn't normally like visitors, but if you're after some information of learning, I'm sure she'll be there to help you. Hope you enjoy your stay in Kalagar."
Thank you for your help.
All right, so with that, you also feel quite chuffed that you've got that information. You think this is ticking along nicely. As we go to the start of the next round, Brian, Urula has just finished engaging with the soldiers, but you can move towards the direction if you want, or wait for the others. You see Killiah is looking at like a signpost, and there's like a notice board, and he's sort of like checking if there's any information on that. But it doesn't look like he's quite ready to go.
I go closer to Killiah and I whistle and go, "Oi, you, Killiah!"
There's a lot of noise in the entrance of the main area, so no one sort of even bats an eyelid that someone else is yelling, because people are yelling all over the place. But Killiah, you hear the voice of Brian. You can make a roll.
She's just going to look. Well, and so Pathfinder is navigation as well, which is very specific to what I'm trying to do right now. I'm just querying, is there a reason I can't use a navigation skill to find my way to a place I want to go?
Navigation more for ships?
Use that. Okay, you can make a 3 dice.
It wouldn't make sense for me to be just using something that's specific to navigation.
That's fine.
I mean, I think probably like detect would make the most sense, since it's searching or noticing, like noticing a sign or a post or something along those lines.
Yeah, we'll use Pathfinder in case you find a map. So make your roll, 3 dice. So with that, you get 2 successes. Okay, so what you do find out is you
dice?
You like, this is Killiah.
Preparation.
So, yeah, she burnt her last round to gain a dice, so she didn't get an action last round. And you do find a key to the city of the key landmarks, and one of them happens to be the antiquarian, Katas. So, which tells you, with your your skills of locating targets, which sort of Pathfinder helps you in the sort of foreign land, you know that they only point out things of importance. So she holds some weight in the city. So
Is there any, with that, would I notice any staircases or things that head below the city? Given the information that I had about the city under the city.
You got 2 successes, so not only do you notice Killiah, you notice Katas's location. It's alphabetical. The only thing that mentions underground, there are catacombs. So you see there's an area on the far end of the city, which is the catacombs.
Cool. I'm going to make a mental
not in
note.
the same direction of. So not near.
Yeah, sure.
Further in.
Killiah will just make a mental note of where the catacombs are.
Okay.
Given that's
done. As you look up, you see, because Brian called at you. You see Brian seems to be heading in the right direction.
Yeah. I just kind of glare at him, and he's making a lot of noise. That discerning. Shake my head, keep my hood over me, so nobody can see my face.
Yeah, you do that. There's a lot of people at the board where you're at, because a lot of people coming in and making their way to the signposts and info, and they're also, when you move, as soon as you move your place, one takes your spot straight away. Okay, so you heading there, Brian. You obviously head there. You finally get Killiah's attention, and you both look towards Urula. What's Urula doing?
Uralla's also moving the direction she was pointed in.
No worries. Do you want to head together as a group?
Sure.
Killiah will just tail and keep her eyes peeled.
So you want to be separate to Brian and Urula?
Maybe just the near distance behind, within throwing range.
Okay, no worries at all. You sort of stay behind as Urula and Brian get together to you both realise you seem to be heading in the right. Everyone seems to be heading in the right direction. So either everyone assumes they're the one who's found it and everyone else is following, or you're like, oh, we all found the same information our own way.
Mirage personally thinks that means that the information is accurate, since if we got it from multiple sources, then we're probably on the right direction.
You're with Brian, and so you share that information. What did you want to do, Brian?
I'll just come along with the group towards Katas.
Yeah. So you're moving with Urula. So I'll get Brian, roll a d6. It's totally random. Yep. And also Killiah, you can roll a d6. You're a separate group. All right. So first of all, Brian, you and Urula are sort of walking together, confirming that you both had the same information. So you're pretty confident. You're looking for a standalone sort of rambling building that looks different to the other buildings. And straight away, as you round the corner, which is East Road, looking over the like the coastal cliff, towards the sea where all the boats are doing their fishing and stuff, you see a house not painted blue or with a grey slate roof, but one that seems to have been of that structure initially, but things have been attached to it. So like there's an annex, like a cover to the side. There's a second story that looks to be constructed on, just made of wood, unpainted. There's a small outhouse that sort of connects to the rear of it. So you sort of think, oh, that building sort of stands out and sort of matches what you were told by the guards. Are you happy to head over towards there?
Yep. Okay, let's go, guys. Let's head over.
Killiah, you notice them head over as well, and as you do, you can make a detect roll, Killiah. I'll give you a bonus die.
Yep.
It's just on your own. We'll just say that you're alert. You weren't doing anything else. Yep, you can get a hero point.
I'll take that. Thank you.
As you are, as the group is moving ahead of you, and you've just decided I'll stay one bit back, you also see the shambling building, or the ramshackle building that looks like it had things added, and because you had the address, it's just on the corner. That's definitely it. But give me another d6 roll as they start moving towards it. You haven't started moving towards it. You're just walking along the street. And you notice you get the attention of White, the owl, okay, because White's always sort of hovering around over Urula and sort of scaring away some of the birds. But you notice as your White's doing that, you notice the birds, they sort of hover in the air, and you can swear that they are looking down directly at you. And the only thing that distracts them is when White comes towards them, they sort of like breach off.
I'm going to look directly at them with one of the blades in my hand and just sort of run my finger over the point of the blade and glare at them.
Like threateningly?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, so you make it clear that you have a...
Urula has already said to me about the face in the clouds.
Yep.
And I'm almost certain, this is a part of what we were warned about.
Yeah.
It's my suspicious activity.
You notice they, as soon as you do that, one of them sort of flies off on a direction separate to the other birds that are scooting away. So we'll say White sort of chases them because White's thinking this is my territory up in the sky or something. And then one of them like darts off in a direction separate to the others. We'll say that
Can I note which direction?
You can. Okay.
Awesome.
Actually, now you can make a Pathfinder roll. If you succeed this roll, you actually can draw a line, almost in the direction. Okay, you know that it's north. You don't know, like it sort of scoots up and then away. You lose sight of it. You're like, north. And we'll say that you came from the south. So you came from Arian, you travelled north to Kalagar, and this separate bird has flown north.
Is that the direction of the catacomb?
No, the catacomb is west.
All right.
That's a good question. Right? All right, as you do that, Brian and Urula, you are at the building. There is a front door. Doesn't have any sort of information to say that Gatas's house is there, but given that you've both spoken about the information you've got, you're pretty sure this is her abode. Or one of you found out it was a she. I think Urula found out it was a she.
Yes.
Or the other man said a she as well.
Okay.
The old guy.
Oh yeah, I think you both got one success. He's found out exactly the same info. What do you want to do? You're both at the door.
All right, well...
I'm going to knock.
Yeah, you knock at the door, on the wooden door, and you can hear some movement inside. Brian, you happy to stay at the door as well?
Yeah, okay, I'll stay at the door.
Yeah, you both door, and it opens, and you're greeted by this person. Killiah, you're in the street. Okay, so...
Yeah, I'm just making my way there.
Yeah. If you want, you can be there, because this will take a round for this door to open. You can be with them, or you can stay back at near distance.
Sure. I'm a few paces behind, just keeping my eyes peeled.
Okay, but it's clear that you're with this group.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, the door opens, and you see this figure, the picture I put in there, a woman with sort of wild hair. It looks very neat there, but sort of wild hair, and looks like her robes. Most of the people that you've seen in this port city, they're like middle to upper class. So there's not many apart from the bedraggled old man. She seems to be either dressing down or more impoverished. So her clothes seem to be worn and faded. You notice some tears at the bottom, and she seems to be leaning heavily on a large staff. And she looks up and she says, sort of as the sun sort of strikes her eyes, almost as if she doesn't maybe get out much outdoors. She says, "Oh, who are you? What do you want?" And her voice sounds almost a little concerned. In total contrast to how the city is sort of structured.
We are sent here because you told you had information and were willing to help us on to find what was it called?
The tablets.
Let me quickly look. What was this tablets called?
Oh, no, just tablets.
I'm going to whisper as you start to speak. I'm just going to whisper behind you. Keep our profile low. Eyes are watching.
As you sort of, Urula, they're just referred to ancient tablets of old Kalagar. So you definitely know that. So you've mentioned the word tablets. You hear Killiah sort of whisper, and she says, "Information? Tablets? Who said I would know this?
Yes.
She looks at both.
What's his name?
You don't want to give the name of who you're working for,
what?
because you were told to keep your don't share your mission with anyone.
Can't we just say we're with a group of people to try to help rid evil spirits? And this is an important part.
Wait.
Okay.
We're
Say
not
whatever you
supposed
like.
to tell her.
Let's stay with-
Did you have a mission?
We're on a secret mission. That's why I was whispering to sort of keep a low profile.
So we'll say you mentioned that you've been sent by someone for information. We'll just say that because you I'll say that you sort of vague about tablets because that's just a generic thing for information. But she wants to know who sent you. Why me?
Maybe you can just make up a story like we're working with the church. Like a church is
Ah.
a good noble cause. Yeah.
The church. Which church is that?
I mentioned a
Nilfla.
church. Yeah. The
Oh.
Babar church.
Yeah. Do you want it? I mean, you know of different churches. Do you want it to be a particular church of a community like Halflings because you're Halfling?
Well, I think tablets are more likely to have been written by humans rather than.
Okay. So do you want to say you've been sent by like a human church?
Yeah.
Yeah, say the Church of the Humans. It's no. She says, "Oh, you've been sent by the church," and she looks at you, Ursula. You are together.
Urala, or who did he speak to?
Oh, so she looks
This
at you,
got
Urala.
a bit garbled.
Yeah, she looks at you,
Okay.
Urala.
Like,
Says, "You also been sent by the church?"
No, I'm here for personal reasons. We're traveling together since our interests overlap, but I'm personally interested in these tablets since I found some references to it in my arcade studies.
Oh, yes, I am an antiquarian, and the study of history and of artifacts is my specialty. Okay, you need to both roll 1 dice. Actually, Brian, roll 1 dice. Urala can roll 2 dice, because mention something of interest to
Yay.
Katas. So you can both roll. See
Is
how
this a mind check?
it's mind, yes.
Oh.
Brian,
I
yep,
don't
that's
mind.
fine. You can roll yours as well. Oh, you both end up getting 1 success, unless you want to use a hero point to re-roll yours, Martin, to try and ram it home.
You know what?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
intercept.
do one. I have my hero pointer maxed out, and so I'm gonna use one so I can not waste if I get any more. So I'm just gonna try.
You have to re-roll both
And
dice.
because this says a cheat
Yeah, okay, go.
is trust that it's important.
You get
Well,
that hero. You get that hero
Since I was
point back.
talking about it,
As you
Alright.
as you both give
I'm
the
gonna add the
information.
hero point back.
Yeah, as you both like give your
Can I give this
reasons.
hero point to someone else?
Sorry.
You can
Can
only
I give
get
this
one
hero
at a
point to
time.
someone else?
No, you can't. So
Damn
you're
it,
still
okay.
at max. That's noble of you. But as you both give your reasons, she seems to immediately divert her full attention from the church messenger to the one seeking information, because it sort of sparks some life in her that, this is her passion, like information. And
Typical neurodivergent person when you meet someone with the same niche interest as you.
so as you seem to get that bond, Killiah, you notice they're striking a conversation, and you see Katas sort of, her eyes sort of light up and says, "I am an antiquarian. This is my specialty." She sort of like props herself up to say that, "Oh, someone who's actually needs me for some information I'm good at," sort of thing. You want us to do something?
Oh, I was going to intercept if there was a bit of a failure in communication with a threatening pose with a blade in hand.
Oh, there's always the heavy just as the backup. Okay, so I see the backups. You've got 2 good cops, and then you've got Killiah in case they stuff up. Nice. She says, "You know my name." She says, "Please come in. You know my name. What is your name, friend?" She's mainly looking at you, Urala, when she asks this question.
My name is Urula. I'm a stay of arcane arts, and these tablets, I found some references to them in some of the text I was reading, and they intrigued me.
Please
so I
come in.
wanted to,
Come in.
and
Come in.
I
And your
and I've
friend?
learned from some of my research that there should be in this general area. And when I heard about you, that there was an antiquarian in this town, I was assuming that since you are much closer to this place, that you might know something that the library in the academy might not mention.
Yeah, you lock in conversation with her as she offers you to come in, which I assume you do. She asked once about who's your friend, but because you continue to give her information, she forgets about your friend.
Nerding out with her to get the information, hopefully. So if the others want to, like, I don't know, do something else in the meantime, they probably can.
Yeah, so what she does is, because you've got those 2 successes, she says, please, come into my study. And she essentially escorts you in, leaves the door open. So Brian, you were sort of asked who your friend, but then you see that they seem to have struck up this bond where she's keen to sort of share her knowledge, leaving you at the door. You're peering into her house, and it's just strewn with documents, books open everywhere. Most of the, if not all the curtains and that are closed, so there's sort of a lantern or candles burning. So it's very, very musty, bookwormy sort of environment. But it looks like she is a person totally engaged with her study and her books. But everything else, like the dishes are all piled up, things haven't been cleaned. You know, she sort of has her focus in that regard. What did you want to do, Brian, as you see Urula being led into Katassa's study?
I'll just leave the two of them together and just hang around.
You happy to come inside?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. You see Bart just stays near the front door, sits, perches itself down unless you wanted to do anything in particular.
I'll just give him a handful of food to chew on, of the rations.
Have you got more provisions?
I thought you said we hadn't eaten them already before. You said later.
No, provisions. Your provisions are all done. You only bought 3.
Right.
Yeah, you journey there, got provisions, but there's a clump of grass you could just give it.
Yeah.
That is. You basically direct her towards some grass, and you go inside. And Killiah, you're outside. You see a lively conversation happening between Urula and Katas, but you also see Brian tend to Bart, and then also enter as well. What did you want to do?
Just go on. I'm going to keep my eyes peeled for anything else that might have its eyes or ears on us.
Yep, so you want to stay outside and be on guard?
No, I was just going to have a look around on the way in.
Okay.
Yeah,
anything in particular? So I'll scan around the street, see if there's anything else.
I was just going to have a suspicious look around. Is anyone watching us go in here? Is there anyone sitting nearby listening to us or whatever as I walk in?
Well, you got 2 options. You can make a detect roll just to general awareness, or you can make Pathfinder if you're being followed, like if someone's tracking you.
Yeah, I think given what I saw with that suspicious bird and the information from Urula about the face in the clouds, I'm going to absolutely make that Pathfinder.
All right, roll it. You got 1 success. You see there's people definitely looking towards the area of you guys joining Katas, and it seems to be locals, sort of like across the road. There's some other people that live in the area, but they live in their standard houses. So they're definitely seeing the interaction at Katas's abode, but nothing untoward. But definitely people know that they've gone inside.
Sure. I'm going to go in and start doing the dishes and give my some of my other blades a bit of a clean and polish.
Okay, yeah, you see there's plenty of house chores. There's plenty of house chores to do. Remember about that. You basically go in and start doing some tidying up, and as you do go in, you clearly see that Katas is oblivious to both you and Brian. So pretty much
the giant goat by my side earlier? Or is it...
Yeah, you're pretty much hard to miss. What's that question, pardon? I don't even know what prestidigitation is. What is that?
Prestidigitation is from D&D. D&D. It's basically a cantrip. It's basically minor magic. I always call it. It's basically like doing small stuff with magic. Like for example, igniting like a candle. Like you know how typical like cliche like the wizard goes into study, like snaps the fingers, and all the lanterns like in the like room ignite, or like moving like a tiny object, like basically like, or like snapping a finger and like the quill floats into his hand, like cleaning something and stuff like that. Because I love it personally. That's my favorite like cantrip.
Okay.
And it's basically the idea that, because I think the idea, it just gives a lot of ability to do like some flavoring, because like your character can like do stuff that shows they're like a wizard and do some like minor things. So
there isn't anything. Yeah, that's a good question. There isn't anything per se, but I'm happy for you to flavor things using magic, but there won't be a roll, so you're not going to get hero points from it to do sort of those sort of things. But if you want to combine something with one of your spells to do something, obviously that will be, involve a roll.
Especially since like the spells are. Yeah, because the spells are like, I mean, this is especially quite like limited. Basically, you only have like. You basically only have scrolls and the like like the 6 spells you start out with.
Yeah, I'm happy for you to use.
So I was like,
yeah, you can embellish things without a roll. So like, you can say, you can give me an example of what you want to do, as long as it's nothing too powerful. Lighting things, stuff.
Like for example, if we go like into like the study, like for example, like instead of like grabbing a ladder to grab a book, like basically like taking out her wand and like pointing at it and like pulling like a book off like a shelf, as that like opening a curtain, like cleaning maybe like some, or drying some clothes.
Give me one thing you want to do as you go into. We'll do you first because we'll break the turn order just for the fact that you're with Urula and going into a study. So you go into a room that you thought the entrance area was littered with books and papers and parchments. When she takes you into the study, you're literally stepping on papers. She sort of tries to avoid them, but she can't, and she says over here, and she tries to reach to one of the books that's a little bit out of her reach.
Okay, because this might, if okay, I was just asking in general, but for this actually it might recover roll, because Urula's like, all right, and she like pulls out her wand and basically wants to like very much Zauberlehrling, wants to like wave it and basically get all the like loose scrolls to basically like put books back into their shelves, like line all the scrolls up that they're not like probably not sorted, since I don't know what's in them, but basically just like put them all in a neat pile and stuff like that. Basically like clean up the room and
as you do that, as you start doing it, she's sort of filled with wonder, but also
like pulls out the wands and like twirls it in the air almost, like in a circle, and all basically everything starts getting up, and like almost like books, like not only like some of them float, but some of them like jump up and like hop a few paces to go into place and stuff like that.
You start doing that, and her eyes sort of open with wonder, and you also, I'll say, help her get the book down that she was trying to reach as part of your orderly, your work that you're doing. And she says, "Please, no." Did you say your name, or I can't remember if you told her?
Urula. Yes.
She says, "Please, Urula."
Now she did.
Yeah, she says, "Urula, you are a guest. Please, there is no need to do that. Everything has its place. Please." So she almost seems embarrassed.
I personally highly dislike stepping on literature. Books are more valuable than that.
Okay, well, you say that warms her heart, because she respects knowledge. That's for sure.
Are you a male or a
she
female?
Should also What?
Are you a male or a female character?
What was that? Urula, she's very much a female.
Oh, okay.
You can actually look at her character sheet. You just click on it. It's got a picture.
Right. I wasn't sure if you were trying to get romantic with her by.
I mean, that's not necessarily a detractor. You don't know.
Yeah.
Well, so you're as you are doing that, and she's getting the necessary information on what she knows. As she's getting her particular books on, tablets and the history that pertains to tablets, she says, "Tell me, Urula, what in particular about the history of Kalagar and its recorded history on tablets are you after?"
All right. She basically she throws staff like a cowboy basically, and like puts it back into her holster, and then Kalagar, he's that God King
Yep.
thing fella, right?
Yeah, and the God King is
Okay, like
that's not necessarily secret. Historians would know about that part of history. This is out of the game. The secret part, and this is to all of you, that you don't want to give information that the reason you're after this information is because the God King is back. That's probably the secret part of it. So gaining information on history.
I think, first of all, Urula is an elf, so she probably is just old enough to maybe like being closer to the history than to like some humans. Mm-hmm. And on the other hand, she's also like very much easy. She's a study of the arcane arts, and if someone calls the God King, probably had some arcane tricks up his sleeve. So she's like, yeah, I'm specifically, I'm not just interested in history for its sake. I'm specifically interested in the way he performed some of his magics, since many of the more stumbling about it, many descriptions were about what he was able to do, and I was hoping by gathering like these tablets and the history and what he did and where he went, to maybe be able to find further information to figure out how he did some of his feats.
Make a mind roll. I'll still give you a bonus. Also, the fact that you helped tidy up. You're maintaining that connection with her, so you can roll 2 dice. Because as soon as you mention the God King, she sort of stops in her tracks, sort of takes a short breath, and then looks at you with stern eyes. Roll 2 dice to see if you're still able to get the information. Progress the information you're seeking. Yep. Okay. Let's switch to the others. She sort of stops only because that name probably brings fear to a part of history that was
like art.
Yeah,
she's talking about him in.
I understand.
Like he was talking about the history. No.
Yeah, she says, I understand he was a master of the dark arts, and I understand how a student of the arcane would be interested in history. Please, I'll let me grab this, and she starts getting some information for you. While that's happening, Brian,
it's basically like how I, as a German, sometimes talk about the angry mustache man, but that doesn't necessarily like more as a part of history because it did happen.
Yeah,
so, yeah,
that's it, and she's pretty much, you've just connected that. You're after information about the God King or Pyrocaltor. You're more from the arcane side of it, the fact that that's your specialty, and she's providing her specialty on what she knows. Brian, you're outside. You hear this robust conversation going, as well as some tidying going up in there. What do you want to do, if anything? You see Killiah's head to the kitchen.
I just hang around. I just practice some of my spells. I'm just like, juggling like a missile from hand to hand, like a football. Practicing.
Yeah, okay, getting your ball handling skills going. All right, so you basically do that, and the sort of, because I think your magic is a brown sort of hue, isn't it? When you sort of do that,
yes.
The light sort of dances around this darkened room because she has like curtains and that closed, and almost Urula and Katas can see sort of this brown glow coming from the other room, and it seems like Katas is just enthralled that she's with people that have ability in the arcane arts and that they're also interested in her and what she knows. So that's fine. What about you, Killiah? Oh, yeah.
While I'm doing that, Bart is mesmerised by me doing this to entertain him as well. All
right, you open a little window, a bit of light streams in so Bart can see you as well, and you sort of entertain him and also allow you to keep an eye on him in case something's going on out there.
Yeah. Good question, actually. A lore question. How common is magic? Like in the setting, I didn't even know that.
Well, magic users,
Like how common or uncommon?
1 in 6. So, in a general population, it's known that magic exists, both religious and arcane. But
you
only
probably
hero,
won't
but
come about it like
only only
in
adventurers.
the city, probably more.
Yeah, there'd definitely be magic users in the city. They sell wares, so you can buy potions and scrolls. Not many are adventurers though, so you're pretty rare in that respect. Killiah.
But yeah, but definitely not someone you meet every.
Not someone you meet every day.
But you might run across them every now and then.
If the dishes are done and all my knives have been polished, I'm gonna head back outside.
Okay, you go back outside and you see Bart looking up at the window, and there's like brown light from the little cantrips that Brian's doing. Did you want to do anything particular outside, or just be on alert?
Roll my eyes, shake my head, and look and get a lay of the land. What can I I want to know what's north. Get an idea of what's to the
Okay,
north,
you can
where
walk down the
birds were.
street to get to like a raise in the road that leads towards the like further into the city to get a better look.
I want to go see what's further north. Yeah.
Or you could climb up the house if you wanted to. Well, she's got a double story. Go upstairs if you wanted to do it that way. There's a few ways to get advantage points. It's up to you how you want to do it.
I wouldn't. Yeah. Okay. I probably want to sneak. I don't want to be seen to be just walking. It's not Killiah's style. She'd want to sneak up. Is she gonna go going through somebody's house? She wants to sneak. She's not gonna be seen doing that.
Yeah, you can do that.
If it gives me a better vantage point than making my way up the street, then sure.
You'll have cover, and you know that there's already people looking at her house, because she probably doesn't get many visitors. And all of a sudden she's got 3 people plus a giant goat sitting out. So there's suspicions, if there were any, are probably a bit higher.
Sneak upstairs then.
Yeah. Okay. Make a sneak roll as you. Yeah, you move your way upstairs. It's the bedrooms. Oh, her bedroom. There's like a spare room. Again, it's covered in scrolls and books and scribblings. Basically, the house is littered with that sort of stuff. And again, unkempt. There's some flies. Some damaged window that hasn't been repaired, or it's been tried to makeshift repair. So she doesn't look after herself. It's very clear. But for you do notice there is a vantage point. There's a small balcony, and you can see further north. Next round, you'll be able to make some rolls to determine what you see out.
Okay.
Basically, it gives you an advantage point looking outside, to the north.
Okay.
All right, now the big stuff. As Urula, Katas lets you know that she shares 90% superfluous information that not even relevant. She's basically just spewing out everything she knows, okay? But pretty much she's going about how this new Kalagar is built on old Kalagar, and that a lot of artifacts were found. Many were destroyed. Some are small, some are large. Mainly she's collected images of fragments and stuff, and before she gets to the main information. But she tells you, the key point she tells you is that 5 fragments of one frieze was found thousands of years ago that pertained to the last days of the God King. So the first thing about that, I'm going to paste it in the chat, because you remember the one bit of information you did get from your patron, Ilfor, was that he said there were 4 fragments. That's what he was told, and he asked you to locate the 4 ancient fragments that told of the God King's reign. So the first thing that stands out is Katas is sure there was actually 5, and the fragments were all part of one frieze, which is like a stone tablet, essentially. One stone tablet that had carvings in it of history, because we were talking about thousands of years ago. It got broken into 5 fragments, so that's the first thing. Again, superfluous information that it was from a temple of old Kalagar, but she says it seems as though that this frieze was created after the God King passed. So after he died, but they show events of great importance. So I'm going to paste this as well. So this is all information because you passed 2 checks to get to this point with 2 successes. And the last bit she tells you is that although she doesn't know exactly what they tell, she knows it's directly information carved by his cultist or his like high priest about his life. She knows this part, and this is the one that last one. She tells you they are kept now locked and hidden from the eyes of Kalagarians and outsiders inside the palace library. And she tells you. All right. So with that, she gives you information that the tablets are real. They are in Kalagar, but they're locked away in the palace library. But unfortunately, not even her. She doesn't even have the ability to actually get access to them. But she says, "Is this enough information for you?" You know, excited that she's given you so much.
Urula has like pulled out one of the books from belt, since that has also like a book bag, and has like written down all the stuff that is important. Is there any like information that seem like important for?
Yes. The other thing is, the other thing is, I mean, there's plenty of paper in that you could scribble these notes, but you do know that Brian has a lockable, waterproof scroll case that you can record all this on as well if you did want to use that. Otherwise, I'm happy for you to add it to your inventory at 0 in your 0 item slots to say you've got some parchment written with those notes on it.
Basically, like I've also like found some images of like what her build kind of looks like, and it has like a book holster as part of it, and she has like a notebook of her own.
Yeah, she has her own, definitely has all her own notes and that sort of stuff. She doesn't give you that, but she gives you the information about it.
Urula herself has her own notebook.
Okay, yeah, make sure you put that anything that you want to embellish your character with, put it in your 0 item slot. So even that, I see you put that, the full artwork, and that belt with a big pouch and the wand holster, that can also all go in your 0. It just lets me look at it straight away to know that, okay, you've got that sort of stuff on you when you can. All right, you start scribbling away at that after getting that. That information was pretty much from your success rolls beforehand. Brian, you turn around, Killiah's gone, but it looks like the dishes have been done, so that's a good thing. And you still hear the excited talk inside the study. What did you want to do, if anything?
I'll just keep waiting until Urula comes out.
Yep, no worries. You still wait in the main lounge, and Killiah, you're at the top, and you can see north the rest of the sprawling city. The main features that stand out is obviously the coast still winds around the coast. The coastline still continues north. You can make a general detect roll just to see what you can see, unless there's something else you want to do. You get a bonus because you've basically just been surveying that area.
Yeah. I was trying to just decipher whether or not I can see where the bird, if there's anything of note that looks like where that bird might have headed towards.
You'll get 1 thing, unless you use your hero point and try and get 2.
Yeah, I'll take 1.
Okay. Roll a d6. There's you don't get everything, but as you look, in terms of the city, the main thing that stands out is there's a large building on the northern wall, which is like towering wall with parapets, tabard like flying the Kalagar's flags. It seems to be like the palace or the main precinct where the rulers live.
Her eyes go wide.
Yeah.
She thinks about a noble.
Yes, of course. That's the key feature, but as I said, it looks to be a well-protected area. But you can clearly see, you could clearly make your way to it. Probably take an hour or 2 to cross the city to get there.
Okay.
Urula, she says, will you be staying for lunch? Or will you be... Where are you from?
Probably.
Where are you
Good question. Since a player wasn't really familiar with the law of the world, so he doesn't actually know.
Oh, you've got an island there. That exists. If you want to tell her. Said you're from Rodan Island.
1 second. Like, did I put anything down? I'm from Rodan Island. It's basically an island that mainly also contains Wizard Academy. And
will you be taking this
recovered by
information? Will you be taking this information back to them? Are you doing a presentation, or
if we learn anything? I mean, one of the I'm personally traveling to be an adventurer like my parents, but all information I gather, I am technically, I'm a graduate of the academy, and I am technically a professor. So any information that I will definitely be, if it is valuable, I will submit to the library, and if it is deemed important enough, it will be written down there.
Oh, she says, I assure you that this information is something that I have ascertained in my own studies, and I wouldn't mind a credit. She gives you her calling card, like a call.
Sure.
Make sure you get the spelling of her name. Katas Velthorn, Antiquarian of Kalagar, at your service. Yes, will you be staying for lunch? Is that all the information you... Have I given you enough information about the ancient tablets of Pyrakaltor?
Yes, I will see if I can somehow convince the palace security to let me look at the freeze that is locked in the library.
Okay, are you telling her this, or are you thinking to yourself?
Maybe I think she's telling her this. I don't think it's that suspicious, because she just got told that there are freezes in the palace library. So her being okay, I'm gonna go there and see.
Wow, she says,
if I can see it. I don't think that's that.
Yep, that's all right. As you say that, she says, please, if you're going to do this, because I would also like to know if you can actually get your eyes on these freezes, perhaps you can come back to me and help me complete. So she has some gaps in her research and her knowledge, because a lot of the information she's gotten is hearsay, what other people have said, that sort of thing, as it was written in the Bible. I wasn't there, but this is what the Bible says. But if someone can actually gain eyes on it and come back to me, she says, please allow me to, my name may still hold some weight in the palace, even though I'm not permitted in there. My status is below what's required, but perhaps I can write you a letter of introduction. I have met once upon a time the palace librarian, and she gives you his name. I'll put it in the chat.
I mean, I'm gonna take. If she's willing to give a letter stuff. I mean, I'm gonna take it. I mean, it's probably not gonna hurt.
Okay, she says.
Worst case, they're just not just gonna ignore it. But...
Yeah, she says. So she gives you the name, and she says, "Please write down here what you would like me to say, and I will use my handwriting to record this as a letter of introduction, and then seal it with the seal." And so she gives you some parchment, and then she quickly, rummaging through all her rubbish to try and find her seal that she probably hasn't used for, 10
let it out, or can we just say that it's just this person is really cool.
You write it down.
Please let us see the big rock.
It down. You write it down in the chat. You can speak to the others if you want, but then in the game you'll have to meet them. But whatever you decide.
My hope is that.
As you were doing that,
is that Urula's her coming from the academy herself, in combination with the letter, might be enough to convince whoever is sponsored at the palace library to let her look at the
maybe
the freeze.
Maybe.
And if not, we have a goal. We still have a goal, and there are other ways of getting our eyes on it.
And you think of Killiah. Probably already sneaking in somewhere. I'll give you time to write down what you want, and whether you want to speak to the guys, that's fine. Because Brian, you even though you're in the room, doing some of your cantrips to entertain, but you do overhear that part that he some information was given that I pasted in before, okay, because it piques your ears as soon as you hear about the God King and the Frieze, because you're like, oh, that's the mission. And then you also hear the last part about what would you like as a letter of introduction to meet this librarian. So after hearing that, did you want to do anything, Brian?
Look, there's not really much I can do right now. Just
well, don't forget, you've got the box that can be locked and all the proper utensils to properly record it for.
All right, well, okay, I'll take some notes in there that there were 5 pieces instead of 4.
Yep, you write it down like I mentioned at the start in your posts. So you're busily compiling your notes in your scroll case, which are going to be in your chat or however you want to record it. And simultaneously, Urula is writing the words for the letter of introduction. So I'll wait for you guys to do that. And while you're doing that, I'll switch back to Killiah. Killiah, you hear there's a lot of robust discussion downstairs coming through the floorboards, upstairs. You hear like words like freeze and
so much comment. She's just about had enough of the talking, so she's gonna like make her way downstairs, probably outside.
Yeah, as you pass through the study and the lounge, you see it almost looks like Brian and Urula are doing homework. Like they're sitting down at whatever space of desk they can, and they're scribbling away, and she's like getting this bottle out and some wax and getting a candle, and you're like, the hell? There's like a major operation going on.
Too much talk.
Yeah, it's all sort of jarbled common. You head back outside into the light as midday chimes and the smell of crab meat wafts through the air, the barking of gulls from the coast, and you just see the top spire of that castle, we'll call it the Royal Palace, in the distance.
Very good.
Do you want to do anything outside or just wait for the guys?
Yeah, there's a lot of talking. Killiah's not much for the talking. She's pretty keen to get out of there.
Yeah, no worries. What I'll do is I'll get you to prepare the 10-minute break timer, because I just want to see.
Ready for it?
Nearly. As soon as I see what Brian. Okay, Brian in scroll case notes. There are 5 frames at the top. Very good. Freezes out. Yep. Okay. Beautiful. Was there any other information about them? Yeah, you can have a look at the other information. There were 4 pieces of information. You pretty much got the bulk of it.
Oh, there was the other line which I didn't think was that important. I can add to it if you think it's important.
Well, you've got that there's 5 fragments, but you shared that those. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, because you'll basically, if you get those fragments, you'll know. Yeah, they show the events of great importance. All right. How are we going, Urula? Have you typed what the letter of introduction is going to say, or are you conversing with the others to find out, or?
I'm still working on it.
Yeah, Brian can assist if you think there's certain things that you want the letter of introduction to say, because you're literally in the same area, scribbling away.
We can use ChatGPT to help us generate some text for it.
Out of principle, I'm not going to do that.
What's ChatGPT? Yes.
I dislike machine learning out of principle, since I personally am someone who interact with a lot with the artist community, because I I've commissioned my character artwork, and I am still very salty about that. It is essentially like most AI picture programs that basically just steal the art of people who make the mistake of posting their art online. And I'm basically that's why I'm very disinclined towards machine learning.
Are you ready at this point to put what you want with the letter of introduction, or do you want to have the break and just get it to us? We'll have the 10-minute break.
I mean, probably it's probably going to take me a bit long, we definitely can take the break.
Yep. All right. Let's have a 10-minute break.
I'm still writing it.
Yeah, I'll get back in an hour.
It
What
took
happens
the
to 10
time
minutes?
that I put it in there. Yeah, it took the time that I put in there before.
You let me down. You let me down, Kev.
What was the? How do you write? How do you write the God King's name again?
Yeah, I'll type it in for you. Where is it? I'll just type it.
I might just have a quick power nap in those 10 minutes. So if if I don't wake up, can you just call my mobile age? That'll wake me up.
Yep, no worries. I will see you all back in 10 minutes.
Cool.
And we're back. Well, I'm back. Anyone else here?
Hello.
Yep,
Yeah.
I saw that.
I'm
Beautiful. All right, she puts it inside a scroll, and puts it inside a scroll case, like a little container, and then she wax seals it with her emblem, and she says, "Do hurry and return, and I'll be able to complete my work." She grabs your hand. She's really thankful. Thank you, Urula. It is a blessing of the gods that you have come here today. Perhaps even from your friend with the church, they can also bear fruit from this knowledge. I apologize for ignoring your friend, but I got so caught up with your love of history.
Don't worry. He was sent to accompany me, but he's not quite as personally invested.
Well, hopefully there is some value for him as well. Oh, I notice you have done the dishes. Thank you, my friend. She looks towards Brian. Are you back, Pete? Or do you need a phone call? Oh, you're back? Beautiful. She looks at you, she says, "Oh,
I really
please."
lost that our group came in here and was really like, damn, bitch, you live like this?
She says, "Hey, thank you so much for doing the dishes." To you, Brian.
You're welcome. Did I do it by casting the magic spell, did I?
Well, you can say that. They're done.
Yeah.
She wouldn't put it past the fact that she's in this company of arcane heroes. But you see that Urula has some sort of small scroll case, not as elaborate or as expensive as your full kit, but nonetheless a wax sealed.
I noticed that, and I say to her, "Are you?" As I flick in my little cantrip around, I say to her, "Are you a caster of spells yourself?"
No, I am just a long student of history, from trying to keep a record of all of the history of old Kalagar and new Kalagar. But hopefully your great friend here, Urula, will be able to get you both access to the palace library so that you can see with your own eyes the information that was carved on these friezes.
Okay. And would you happen to have any spells in your own personal library that I can review myself?
Unfortunately, I'm not a student of the arcane, nor have I obtained any knowledge of it. But I know that the magic of Pyrokaltor was of an ancient primal magic of considerable power that has been lost to time. Thankfully, because the fiend had plans to dominate other kinds as a tyrant, as a dictator.
Don't believe that sort of misinformation.
Luckily, his time has passed, but it is still a mystery how he was.
Well, the problem with not like with trying to suppress knowledge like that, like how by my master always said, once called upon, it is very difficult to get a genie back into its bottle, and you want if like someone knows it's possible, so someone might rediscover it, and if you then have not written down any of how it works, if someone rediscovers it, they have basically we are at the same place that we were before. Basically, no one knows how to counter or deal with it.
Well, thankfully,
it's similar to how for a firefighter, you never want there to a fire to break out, but you should still study how it works. So in case you do, for example, you want to study how an arsonist might lay a fire, not because you want to do it yourself, but in case someone else does, you know what to do.
Yes, she says, thankfully, we will not have to worry about that ever being required in the present day, for it is now in the past.
Yeah, sure.
Long ago. God help us that it remains that way. She sort of chuckles, but sort of sheepishly, given that your line of thinking. She opens the door and says it is quite a distance to the palace district, as not many from this quarter travel there, but hopefully this will allow you entry to see Aldatan. I look forward to seeing you before nightfall, perhaps, where we can celebrate with dinner.
As she opens the door, Killiah would like to ask her a question in her very poor and broken common.
She looks, as she opens the door, she says, "Oh, another visitor." What do you want?
Looks
She
at
is
her
one
a
of our
little bit
companions.
sideways.
She is a bit shy.
Oh, you were with Urula, a student of history.
I'm with me. The dishes are done.
Yes, your
seek
friend
information.
Brian
She's
helped
a
me with that.
Rala will
Liars.
lean over and
Anyway,
say,
she's
she's a
gonna
student
ask,
of the blade, since the roads are dangerous.
Blade?
and she asks, yeah, she twiddles her master throwing blade in her fingers and asks, in broken common, obviously it sounds pretty poor, but where do the catacombs lead?
The catacombs? She looks towards you, Urula. She seems a little bit frightened. She sort of takes a step back without retreating back into the room. Before answering, she looks at Urula as if, is this line of questioning?
Do not worry about her. She's a bit frosty, but she's student of the blade, since the roads are dangerous.
Ah, yes, it is wise to travel these
She's
paths with the
she's
help
not as
of...
much as a studier of any lore. She is more for the the more realistic goal of arriving at our destination without being robbed or killed.
She says, I fully understand the journey from Rodan Island would have been full of treachery, especially across the Pikestaff Plains. There's been many reports of dangers there, so I thank you, Killiah, for getting the wonderful Urula and the magical Brian to me safely, for this is truly a glorious day in my life.
I cannot. Where do the catacombs lead?
Oh, there is no need to go to
She
the
looks at her intently, the eyes sort of glint. She's getting a bit pissed off.
Threateningly?
She
Okay,
frowns.
yeah.
She's going to ask her one last time. Sure.
I'll give you a bonus because you've the glint of the blade shining in the light. You can roll an extra dice. You get one success. And she says, yes, I mean, the catacombs are not accessible by the public. Many are buried deep below there, but it is not a safe place. Why do you ask, friend? Again, the word friend. But she says it in a fearful way.
She just it's a look of frustration and annoyance. I know my common is shit. Where do the catacombs lead? And she says it with quite a bit of a feisty tone, getting really angry.
Yeah, I mean,
she looks fearful. She doesn't care what's in there. She wants to know where they lead.
You sense that if she didn't have
frustrated of not being understood, you could always try to learn and get better at speaking.
You gather that if she did not have Urula and Brian by her side, she would not be very comfortable with this line of questioning. But she says, no, that is okay, Urula. She says, there is no secret. The catacombs are now a confusing maze of tunnels, passages, archways, vaults. It is a lost city. The city collapsed. There is nothing to be found there other than remains of the dead.
And it's all. And Killiah's going to walk off to the north towards the palace.
Okay, she looks like she sort of, you see her visibly shaken by this line of questioning and Killiah's death stare, and she looks at you, Urula, and then looks at you, Brian, and says, "Is your friend a dark elf?" Doesn't you can't hear that, Killiah. Like, you start walking off. She only says it so that Urula and Brian can definitely only hear.
I mean, what question? Is there actually like a difference between a normal elf and a dark elf?
Yes, in the world that you're
Or is it
in,
more
dark elves are looked upon as evil,
Like the
like
drow.
not to be trusted.
basically the idea in like I think it was technically in Isekai I read basically the idea is that like dark elves in quotation marks don't actually exist. They were just like calls that basically the ones that like aided like some dictator in the past in that world. So I wanted to, since the species only lists elf, if this is basically a case of it's not actually a distinct species, it's just what people call an evil elf. So that's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, Killiah has made sort of a custom, like a sub-community, I guess. Unless you want to speak for yourself, Tav, as to
It's
I'm
essentially
assuming
just like the
elf.
outcasts. Elves.
Yeah.
So all communities are welcome. This one is like an outcast of elves.
Yeah.
So it lives in the dark forest. Not much. Essentially, think of a drow.
Yeah. So essentially, people
But they don't live underground.
a community that
No.
yeah.
Just
Speak-
similar standing.
So not
Similar
like a
standing.
drow.
I replied to the lady and just say that
Alright, so and
I do not like to put labels on people. She's a part of our team that has been helping other communities as we go around. So I think she is.
I meant no respect, great Brian. I was not blind to the magic that you were doing of cleanliness.
from my perspective, you are correct. Since she's an elf and her mood is quite dark most of the time, and she likes to keep in the dark. I think she probably has sensitive skin to some. So she is technically in dark elf. If you want
Just as Killiah, drapes herself with the hood.
She pulls the hood up and makes her way. She's already heading towards the palace.
Okay, well,
Don't worry.
Brian, it seems like Killiah is heading the same direction you're heading. So once again, the party is on the same page, albeit through their own methods. All right. So yes, go.
After the roasting of Killiah is done, I will actually be like, all right. I will probably now make our way to the palace to see if we can take a look at the freeze.
No worries.
I might. There's a high chance I will be seeing you again, since Katos. Since what my master always says, you always meet twice in your lifetime, which is especially true for us elves, but even true for humans.
She says, "Do you like crab?"
I can't say I have ever tried.
Oh, I will make our delicacy, Qatarian crab stew. And she sort of looks almost excited that she'll be having guests for dinner, and she sort of gets herself ready in her handbag to go buy some fresh
We
crab.
certainly, no matter what happens at the palace, we certainly won't be leaving the city today. So, we might come back later, in the evening at least.
I look forward to seeing you all, including your friend. And she points towards Killiah, who's disappeared in the crowd.
Don't worry about her. She has that effect on people.
All right. The scene fast forwards to the palace gates. Killiah, you can decide whether you do want to get there first, having scouted ahead, or you want to arrive together with the group.
No, I've gone ahead. I left.
Okay.
I don't know what I was waiting. I wasn't sure. Killiah was sick of the talking and stuff. She didn't even overhear most of the information. In fact, maybe none of the information. She's purely focused on trying to find out where that bird went, and she's going to scout the gates and see if there looks like there's any kind of weak-ish points to get in.
Oh, okay. Well, let me tell you this first before you do that. So you get there first, and as you travel further north towards the palace district, you notice the crowds thin out. There's less people, although the buildings and the surrounds of the homes similar colours, but you can tell that you're in a wealthy area. The first thing you notice as you move into this area, there's now patrols of guards, and you notice groups of 2 to 6 patrolling. They're not causing any trouble per se. There's stationary guards, but every street seems to have some type of this element of city guard. And as you spy upon the royal palace, it's an impressive castle, bedecked with banners, but you see there's many warriors on the parapet. The front gate, you clearly see at least half a dozen guards there. It's closed, so there doesn't look like there's any access in, and you don't see anyone trying to get in, and there's no one leaving. There's 2 massive towers. You see the tabard or the flag flying Kalagar's standard, but you get the impression that it's a place that's off limits to the public. So what did you want to try and
I was just trying to see, is there any buildings close to the wall? Is there anything?
Yeah.
Can I spy any ropes?
Yeah, we'll say that you spend your 3 rounds that you got there first doing a bit of a scout. So you can make a sneak or a pathfinder. I'll give you the option to basically make your way. If you use sneak, you make your way stealthily to do a recon, or pathfinder is to try to find a way in.
I think a pathfinder probably.
All right. You get to roll 3 dice.
Oh, 3. Oh, I'll roll 1 more. There we go. 2 success. Mine.
2 success. Mine. Okay. So it becomes clear that if you want to avoid engaging, so the main gate's obviously an obvious way in. There's a main gate that could open to a chariot, and there's also a side door that you could bang on, I suppose, like a heavy door. There doesn't seem to be any other way in apart from scaling the wall. It's a far height, but it doesn't look like that area is patrolled. So with 2 successes, you find a blind spot. We'll say it's on the cliff face, so it's the furthest most point in an overgrown area, but it would require a climb, and it looks like a hard climb. So there's no footholds. There's everything about this palace is in good, like it's in good repair. Like people were cleaning the walls and whatever. They make sure that it's in good stead. So you do find an option for a way in with a hard climb. As you determine that, both Brian, Bart, Urula, and White come across exactly the same scene, an off-limits area with a clear entry point, which is a guarded gate. And guards have seen you walking around, but you haven't been approached. Some of them are talking to shopkeepers, others are just guarding, like not even moving. And the guards of the gate, you clearly see there's 2 main ones with pole arms at either side, and then beyond the gate you see like another 4 guards on the inside, like standing at attention pretty much. So they look like not elite, their dress is exactly the same, but they're obviously drilled to the extent where they don't muck around. Like they're pretty much on duty. So it's your scene, Brian and Urula.
Aren't we just going to head over there now to
go to the gate?
Yeah, that's what I recommend.
I mean, probably. Yeah. Go.
Yep.
And that, if your people are often more willing than you would think if you just ask people nicely.
No worries. You move towards the main gate because this seems to be the way in. The guards sort of stand at more at attention as you approach, and one calls out, "Halt! What brings you to the royal palace?"
Greetings. We would like to see, speak with the head librarian. 1 second. What's his name?
Adultan.
How do you pronounce that?
Adultan.
You're able to pronounce it correctly,
Adultan.
like common.
To hopefully see an valuable, a rare artifact that is kept in the palace library.
They both look at each other. Make a mind roll.
All right. I assume 1 dice.
-1 dice for now at the
Or
initial.
do I get 2 because I named the librarian by name? So, which implies that I actually know what
Okay,
I'm
yep,
talking
I'll give you
about.
that. Yeah. You know someone of importance within the building. Yep, I'll definitely pay you that. Yep,
That's
you
good.
get a hero. You're
That's
full
another
on those
crit,
0
which I
points.
can't use because
You're
I'm
at
full.
full. That's all right. It's good to have.
But-
It's good to be at full. Okay, as you say that, and you see that as soon as it seems to be the name Adaltan that sort of triggers, the interest, and they call out, "Captain, we've got a visitor here to see the Adaltan the Wise." They give you his official title, and you see like the side door. You hear a few unlocks, and another armored figure comes out, but not carrying any, not actually armed with any weapons. Has like a sword and that sort of stuff, but seems to be eating some type of orangey red shell thing. It's just sort of looking at it. Sort of looks up towards you. "What's your name and where are you from?"
My name is Urula Highflame. I'm from Rhode Island, and specifically I'm professor of the Ekenfeller Academy. And I am here because I was pointed this direction by names. Catus the Antiquarian, because there is a rare frieze, fragments of it that are kept in the
All right,
library. And
Chatterbox. That's enough. I just asked for your name. What about you? What's your name or where are you from? Points to Brian.
I am Brian of Nazareth.
Oh, that's better. Short and to the point. Is Adaltan expecting?
I gave you a specific answer.
All right, no need to get smart about it. He sort of spits out some bone or some piece that he didn't agree with, and says, "Is Adaltan expecting you? Do you have an appointment?"
No,
not expecting,
Since
but
we
we
just
sort
left
of
the
have an
city.
appointment. We've been referred.
Yes, I heard by that old witch Katas, and the rest of them sort of laugh, and then he puts his hand up, and they stop laughing straight away. And he sort of comes up and he starts eyeballing you, as in walking around and having a good look at you as you stand there, I assume. Did you want to do anything while he's doing that?
I'm just preparing myself to use my mind, my mind to persuade this guy. So I get an extra dice roll.
Well, you have to explain how preparing is going to help that extra dice roll. What are you doing that will give you a help?
What I'm doing is I am internalizing my thoughts and suggestions that I will come up with. So it's not going to be quickly spontaneous and erroneous.
All right, if you can give me some extra information after I tell you what he's doing, and then that'll help you next time. What about you, Urala? As he's walking around you, essentially.
One sec. And hold on. That's what Martin would say. Let me think about what Urala would say. Martin would like to be sassy, but Urala is not quite as sassy, especially because she actually knows that this would be not helpful when she actually wants something. So for now, she will just stand there, give him just an eyebrow raise while she stands there. Well, what are you doing?
So you want to, yeah. So you say that he doesn't answer the question, but he says, "So you want to see Adaltan?"
I mean, she's not asking. That's what her expression basically is trying to say. Basically, giving him an eyebrow raise because this seems kind of a weird thing to do, because when you ask someone to see someone, she doesn't quite understand how that relates to being able to speak with a librarian.
Yeah, you basically
she doesn't understand.
Yeah, you basically let him look you up and down, and he says, "Well, you're not from around here, so I'll send a squire to go tell Adaltan you're both here." So it was Brian of Nazareth and Urala from, where did you say you were from again?
Oh, now you want to know. All right. I'm from Rhode Island.
All right. He says, tell Timothy that to let Aldertar know that there's 2 visitors if he wants to see them. You know, we don't just give tours around here to anyone.
Luckily, we're not just anyone.
Anyone can come here and say they know Katas. It's a popular name. I'm not a fool, you know. And the other guards sort of laugh, and he puts his hand up, and they stop straight away. And then he starts walking back to the gate. As that, oh yeah.
I'm gonna give a wave to Weiss.
To who? Oh,
Weiss.
White.
My owl.
White. Your owl. Yeah.
Like basically the German, still white, but the German word for Weiss. For white.
Okay. Sorry.
Weiss.
Yep. And what do you want to try and get Weiss to do?
Basically, the idea is that she can, like, Weiss is basically not just any owl. She's actually more sentient. That's why she's a companion. So she's not just a companion. Like, she's even magical. So she's more sentient than normal owls, and so she can understand, like, if people speak to her, at least in common. If I want to understand her, I first have to cast language and speak on myself. But if I want to understand her, but she can actually understand like spoken, and I am going to give her the letter and say to her, follow this squire if you can, and if it seems like they're just looking for a way to, what does it mean in English? Abwimmeln. 1 second, I have to Google a word.
As you're thinking of that, I'll let you know in game terms. There's only a 1 in 6 chance that she will be successful in doing what you're asking her to do. So yes, she'll grab the scroll, and yes, she'll fly away from you, but then you'll be making a roll that could be risky. You could lose that scroll. Now you can use hero points. You can use your own hero points on re-rolls for your companion. So you got 6 hero points, so you could definitely try to, but each roll is 1 in 6.
Can I also use the hero point to add up the 1d to a proficiency check?
You can, but she's only got 1 in 6. That means you'll get 2 dice to roll, and one of them will have to be a 1. So it's not impossible.
I mean, it does double my chances.
So knowing that,
you know what? For now, I didn't read how companions work. For now, I'm just going to tell her to shadow the squire and just come back to me, and then later on she can tell me what happened.
Yep.
So we can see if basically I want to make sure if the squire actually asks the librarian, or if they just say that to get rid of us. I'm gonna send a squire.
She flies over the wall.
Oh, it appears like this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
She flies over the
and
wall.
It appears, the librarian said.
You give some owl chirp.
The librarian doesn't want to speak with you and stuff. That's what I want to achieve.
Yep. You can't do too much conversation, but you give it some chirps that say follow or something, and you see the guards sort of look at you strangely, but you're a stranger, so they don't know what is normal and what isn't normal. So you go, and they just do a point or something, and they sort of look a bit weird, and you see Weiss fly over the wall. Brian, what about you as the captain walks back towards his post, having apparently summoned a squire to go see Valatan? His last words saying that anyone can say they know Katas.
Well, there's not much else to say, given that Urula said, that we aren't just anyone.
Okay. So leave it in the hands to see what happens with that. Simultaneously, as you guys are waiting to see if the squire returns, and having sent Weiss as your eyes to make sure that happens, at the base of a tall wall, Killiah. What do you want?
I would like to. I've still got my rope set up for a snare. I would like to use the snare and one of my throwing blades to tinker a grapnel.
Okay, make a tinker roll, and if you succeed, that's one success enough. So you've made yourself. You can get a hero point as you make yourself a makeshift grapple using your blades. to throw at a distance where the rope could reach the top. So you need it's a hard might check. You get a bonus for the fact you can steady to be able to hook this on.
Sure. Is this a one-handed throw type situation? Or?
Oh, okay. I'll give you that. 3 dice. 3 dice. Yes.
Hey.
All right, 3 dice. You need 2 successes. It's a might check. Hey, well done. You get another hero point as your makeshift rope and grapple. You throw it up. It shoots high up into the top of the parapet, and when you pull down, it locks. So it's still a hard climb, but you'll have a 1 dice bonus for rigging up the rope. So you can take your time to get the bonus, so you'll have 3 dice, but you won't roll now, but you can start your ascent.
Sure. Yeah. I'll take my time.
Very successful. Okay, that's good. You got some hero points out of that too. As we switch back to the front gate, the first to return is Weiss. Flies down. You see the guards look at this owl flying down to you. They're, ooh, they seem quite impressed. The fact that you've got command of this bird. They don't seem to be clued on that it's doing some sort of recon mission for you, because that's impossible. Okay, you got a 1 in 6 chance that it brings back some information that makes any sense, apart from I found a worm or something. Did you want to use the hero point to roll?
I have a lot of hero points.
You can use
I might well spend some of them, so I'm gonna use a hero point to add a second die.
All right, roll 2 dice. You need one of those to be a 1, and it's successful. No, do you want to use another hero point to re-roll those 2 dice?
1 second. 1 second. You know what? Yeah, why not? I have 6 hero points. I'm gonna spend 2.
Okay.
For this to potentially gain more
roll
information.
2 dice again.
Might as
so
well.
You can get a 1.
There's always a chance. If I'm not meh.
No.
Nah. That's
Again.
I can't. Can I add another roll if another dice if I first cast speak on myself, so I can actually understand what Weiss is saying?
No, she definitely can communicate to you. This is whether she was able to ascertain any information at all. So actually, I won't say speak help.
I can cast. I can speak to your owl, because I've got the spell of speak. So if I cast that, I can speak to your owl.
Oh, yeah, it's the same spell I have. I'm also an arcane caster.
Yeah, but I can roll it successfully.
That was exactly what my idea was.
No, he's rolling to see whether the owl was able to get any information, not understanding the information. So if you want to use a hero point, you can roll 2 dice again. One of them will have to be a 1. You got
That's
4
a bit
hero.
Confusing to me. The owl either knows the information or it doesn't.
Correct. He's rolling to see whether it knows. It's only got a 1 in 6 chance of ascertaining it.
Okay.
Any more rolls? Or
it's basically like a narrative roll. It's less like a skill check of the owl and more of a narrative roll if it saw something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll keep your 4 hero points.
You know what? I'm gonna give it one more chance. But if this doesn't work, then I'm just gonna accept it.
Yep.
So I'm gonna spend 1 last hero point on the try. But the last 3 hero points I'm gonna keep.
Mm-hmm. Oh!
There we go.
Done. Okay. It basically Weiss says that the squire met like an old man. So there was definitely not a guard. So information was exchanged.
Okay. And so, I just want to make sure, because if we now know, if he now says no, we definitely know that it was the librarian itself, and we don't need to try anything about that.
Yeah.
And we probably just rely on.
You're confident that the squire didn't just go nowhere. So it was definitely there was some interaction made, and with that, the guards open the gate and the main gates, and the captain comes through. This time he has his. He's always had his armors, etc., but you can see he clearly is holding his sword in to make it clear that he has it. And he says, "You are permitted to venture in. Adaltan will see you, but you need to declare all your weapons. And he points to like inside the gate. There's a counter where you see another soldier in there without any of the veil or headrest, and behind him there's weapons racks as well as shelving, etc. And he said, pass through there. I'll send 2 of my guards with you and hand over all of your weapons. You'll get them back when you return back through the gates. So you guys are getting escorted in. They also allow Bart in, but Bart can't go inside the castle itself, the palace, but can remain in the grounds. You see the little squire, actually. The squire will look after Bart. His name's Timothy.
First, does my wand count as a weapon?
Are you asking me or are you asking them?
I'm asking you as a GM.
No, it just looks like a stick that you're holding.
I mean, a fancy stick, but it's
Yeah.
just a stick. I mean, they didn't look like they knew how little they reacted to the Ekenfell Academy. They probably don't know much about magic. So for now, I'm just gonna basically I'm gonna go with the typical stuff. If you act like you're allowed to do what you're doing, people generally assume that you're allowed what you're doing. I'm just gonna walk confidently past, like not hand over my wand like it's the most natural thing.
Okay, make a mind roll, and to bypass any looks, as you don't go to the
Do I get an extra die for confidence?
No, I'm giving you the roll because it's confident. You basically you bypass you bypass the weapons area, and the guards look at you and they don't say anything. They get their attention towards you, Brian. Are you going to head over to the quartermaster and hand over any weapons, or you see Urula just, I don't have anything.
Have any weapons, but yes, I will hand over. I've only got like a throwing blade, and that's all I've really got.
Okay, you can just put a mark near there that it's at the quartermaster, or just say it's at being held.
I mean, honestly, it probably also helps our technically cover story of being scholars a lot, because scholars not having any weapons seems very that at least seems coherent with our story.
So you bring the blades, and he looks at it because it's you've only got one. It's a throwing blade made of silver. It isn't throwing blades, so it's a silver throwing blade. And the quartermaster's eyes sort of look up and says, "Ooh, that's quite fancy." He goes, "What about that?" and points to your stave.
My stave? This is my walking stick.
Okay, make a mind roll.
Okay.
By the way, aren't normally throwing blades normally in units of 6? Or is it because it's special that it's only one?
Special one. Yeah. He sort of gruffs, and you notice there's each of you has a guard accompanying you, and your guard that's with you, Brian, says to the quartermaster, "Is there any trouble?" And the quartermaster goes, "Nope, all good." And he gets you to sign your name for the silver throwing blade, and then he places it away carefully in a compartment for you. As you basically bypass the security, which you pretty much feel it's pretty shit security, but as you bypass that, the guards, you almost get the sense that they have an air of arrogance. As you get into the main courtyard, not only are there the 6 guards at the gate, 2 that are accompanying you, but in the barracks itself, you hear marching and attracts your attention, and you see 2 dozen guards, sort of patrolling in the courtyard. So there's almost a feeling like no one is going to be stupid enough to come in here with any intention. They're almost doing that quartermaster thing as a rote. But as you get through that checkpoint and you hand over your blade, young Timothy comes up to you and puts his hand out, which seems to be the common thing of a stable boy requesting some payment for services rendered. And the guard, you've got your own personal. Each of you has your own personal guard. He sort
Just
of
give him a
stops.
high five. Look, we think he's like putting his hand and go, "Hey, man, high five, man."
Okay, make a mind roll as you just give him a high five, playful young lad.
Yeah.
You want to use a hero point?
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, you've got 6 as well. You guys are cashed up. Hey, you get it back. Don't worry about taking it off. As you give a playful thing, the guard, instead of enforcing the issue, he sort of laughs. He chuckles because they seem to chuckle at stupid things, and he tells Timothy to bugger off and do his job. And then he goes, "Move forward." And you see Timothy's like sort of grumbling. He goes to your giant goat. Now the writing case is on him. You know it's on him, and it's an important thing for you to document. So do you want to do any swap of items or put it on you? I'll give you that as your character would know that would be required for what is going to occur.
We want to put some items on.
Swap your blade for your scroll case.
Your writing case you left on, but you would know because your character knows that's a central thing you'll need.
Okay, all right. I will. I'll have to swap something out unless
You've got a gap. You got rid of the throwing blade. Don't forget you've got no rations either, so make sure you cross them off. You guys basically gain access to the palace, and you are being led by the 2 guards to the Great Library. And as you get there, I will switch to Killiah, but this is what you see. You see an elderly grey-haired man with a small staff that seems to... He is dressed very well, even though that doesn't look very well. He's dressed like almost, authoritative garb, and but his staff that he's holding looks quite, antiquish. But he's a dwarf, even though the picture probably doesn't suggest that. You can see that he's a dwarf, quite stout in his bearing, and he says, "Visitors, sent by Katas, you say? This is something I don't get every day."
1 second, I'm going to be gone for a while. I got a call.
That's all right. As I'm switching to Killiah, let's make the roll. You've got 1 dice for the... Oh, geez, okay, yep, you had 3 dice. And that is only 1. You need 2 successes. So do you want to use a hero point to reroll?
Yeah, let's use a hero point.
Oh, shit. Is that your last one?
I had 4, so that's 1.
Oh my god, your dice are cursed,
2.
man.
Yeah, they're all over the shop.
This is not going to be good for this instance.
1, 2 hero points. So that takes me down to 2.
Hopefully one of these is a 3 with the 2 successes.
No, well, let's do it like this because the dice are stupid and they do stupid things.
I'm rolling 1 at a time.
Individual. Yeah, see?
Please don't start that as a habit because that'll
I'm not going to.
Kill. All right, you ended up only using 1 hero point, so you're down to 3. There's a few moments there where you're doing the rappelling that you sort of slip and you sort of hear the creak of your blade sort of bending at the weight, but you make it to the top and you see that the large palace, and you can see walking into the palace are your colleagues getting escorted by 2 guards, as well as clearly there's detachments of soldiers. I will say at your vantage point, you clearly make out that this detachment that is patrolling of 24 also exists at each point. So at the east and west point, there's also a detachment. So there's a lot of soldiers at the ready should something eventuate. But you don't really have any idea of where you have to go in terms of the palace library, unless you have got some information. You know that that's where you're trying to get to, I guess. What's the plan?
If I see where the companions are heading, I'm gonna. If I've got some vantage point up high to move into the castle that way, I would like to sneak or pathfind.
Yeah, you can use a sneak to get to, because you're like 2 levels above them. They're entering from the ground, but you can at least get into the building and then try and see where they're. It's a large palace, but getting in is probably your first thing with sneak. Given you're on the parapet and you've come from the back area, it only needs a standard success. So again, if you take your time and you're happy to lose a round, you'll get an extra dice, but you won't roll now. Or you can just roll 2 dice now and try and get 1 success.
I'll go with 2 dice. Why not?
All right.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. You start keeping low along the parapet. You're at the rear end of the castle where they don't expect anyone to come. Below you, the crashing waves on the sharp rocks. You're like, okay, you don't want to make sure that you go over there.
Sorry, I should have said I'm going to grab my blade and rope when I come up.
Yeah. You retrieve all that so you can put that back on your equipment. As we switch back, you're making your way to the second level of the building. As we make our way back to Brian and Urula, and you guys are greeted by Aldertan. He says, I am Aldertan Runehall the Wise, the Chief Palace Librarian. I've been doing this for 60 years. So tell me. And as he's walking, the guards are behind you. He says, I hear you. He gives you idle chatter about Redan Island and Nazareth. But he says, the Friezes you want to see. Not everyone gets to see the Friezes. May I ask, what is your reason?
I'm professor of Fellow Academy, and I'm currently researching into the God Kings, I'm looking at him from my more arcane side, and I found some references that mentioned there might be some information in this area. And after speaking with Katas, she mentioned that there is a fragment of a frieze, and I'm hoping to find this or even more research or artifact in this area to hopefully further learn more about how the magic he was using worked.
And what of your friend
but
here?
Understand it.
What is your reason?
I'm a very capable assistant, and experienced in this area as well. We are, we are companions.
Now anybody can say that Katas sent them. How do I know that you have indeed met her and she gives her blessing? I'm not a fool. I'm a guardian of these Friezes.
Urula pulls out the sealed letter.
His eyes open, and he seems like like you pulled his bluff. He's like, what? He noticed as he was saying this, he was looking at the guards as if expecting you not to have any evidence of this. So you pull at that, and you hear the guards sort of shuffle behind you. They could easily ambush you if they needed to, but you hear sort of the rattle of their equipment, but then it sort of stops as Adaltan takes the scroll, if you're happy to give it to him.
Yes.
He breaks the seal, he reads it, he nods, and he leads you into a large pentagonal chamber. On this chamber, there are 5 pentagonal, so 5 has 5 walls, including the entrance, really 6 walls, but anyway, has 5 walls, and hanging on each of these walls, hung by heavy chains, are massive slabs of parchment, all broken off, but clearly you can see the starting one because it has a smooth edge, all the broken pieces, so it's like a landscape piece. The height and width of a wall has been broken into 5 pieces, but clearly shows the start and then wraps around to the other side to the end, which I'm about to share these. It looks as though this chamber, it's high up in the palace building. I mean, you've passed through the Great Library, which is the main area that most people go to. So this seems like a secured area, no other exits. And in the hallway are an additional 4 guards that are against the wall, just stationary, all dressed the same. So there's a total of 6 guards, 2 of them being your personal escorts, and 4 guards in the hallway. And inside this room, with no windows, you've got these large freezers. And as he walks in, he starts, telling you about them. And he says, please, feel free to take notes, as he sort of, starts to impart his knowledge of the history. So as that's happening, now all of these stones are held by thick chains. They're, way too heavy to take out. They would have taken a lot of men to bring them in. The other thing that catches your eye, in the middle, and I'll share all these pictures with you shortly, but in the middle of the large chamber, there's also a white plinth, and on that white plinth is this item. Now, the reason I'm pointing this out first is that, Brian, you notice the material, the construct, is made of the same rare metal that you found on your original delve for I4, where you recovered artifacts. This box is big enough for one artifact to be inside it. So it's a box big enough for that. It has all of the sort of runes and inscription that you were familiar with, you've seen before. Ursala, you have never seen anything like this before. But unlike that picture, it's almost like a puzzle box. There's no lock on it. It doesn't see, from a glance, there seems to be no way to open it. The only thing is it has a chain wrapped around it, and that chain is locked to the plinth, so it can't be stolen, essentially. So, and I'll switch to you soon, Killiah, after I just paste these pictures.
I say to the
I will turn to
Alderaan. That sounds like the guy from one of the Star Wars characters, Alderaan, isn't it?
Alderaan.
Alderaan,
do you know the correct sequencing for these pieces, so we know from left to right the correct sequence?
He sort of laughs and he says, "I am the highest ranked librarian. They do not call me the wise for nothing, young man."
Which is why I asked you, because you seem like a very intelligent person.
Let me start with the first one. Piece number 1. Did you want to say something, Urula? This is about to embellish.
One, I will turn to Brian. How good are your sketching/drawing skills?
Have you ever seen the Flintstones? Where
No.
The bird. You haven't seen the Flintstones? Oh my goodness me. Anyway,
just in general, if it involves having watched, if you do reference something that has involved being had, like having watched a movie, like a series or especially a movie, just assume I haven't. I think in my entire life I've seen
cartoons from 40 years
less
ago.
than 5.
I'll tell you this just for game purposes. So you know that you get out your writing equipment, because everything he says that I'm about to paste in, you can basically copy and paste if you want into your notes onto the scrolls. But in terms of recording the pictures, it's going to be a mind roll with a bonus 2 dice. So whoever has, if you want a metagame, Urula will be the best at transcribing.
Yeah. Brian, she just want to turn to Brian. If you could take notes on what he is from what he is telling, I will start sketching the reliefs, but I can't write and sketch at the same time. So if you could keep notes. Yeah.
And as I said, I'm going to switch to Killiah, because what Killiah is doing is happening exactly at the same time as Alderaan is giving you a rundown of what these pieces tell them about the history of the God King in order of 1 to 5. And then
so I'm just typing these notes down. However, they're really being done by
you're writing the notes. So there's a lot of parchments. Yeah, Urala's drawing the pictures and you're writing the notes.
Yeah.
It's fine. I don't know why I've got this all separate when I should have had it all on one.
Maximum nerdage.
It's weird. I only realise that now. I have to do separate paste when I could have had just one picture, but anyway. Yeah, so you imagine him embellishing, and I'll the text is the summary, but he's giving you the whole history of what it shows. It should make sense by just what I'm showing of how he ruled, etc. But I will give more information because Alderaan is telling you everything that happened. But the most important piece is the last one, because the last one explains how he ended.
There's no words with that one?
Yep, I'm just finding it myself. As I said, I didn't do very well at... All right, now, while you guys are sitting down, there's little... there's also almost like lecterns that you guys are at. So you've opened up your box and he looks quite impressed. And it helps with the whole, not charade, but it helps that he looks at you and says, "Oh, okay, these guys are really scholars from the academy, because they've got a very fancy, official box of how it all gets recorded, etc. So he's happy to impart the information. The 2 guards are in the doorway, but they don't enter. They're just like watching what's happening. So we switch to Killiah. Now, Killiah, you have snuck in along the parapet, in through a door or some sort of gap. You've basically where you are now, there's hardly anyone because you're up 3 stories from the ground level where most of the soldiers and that are. But as you peer in, you can't help but see there's a hallway and there's 4 guards lined in that hall. There's a door in the middle of them, so 2 guards on either side. And you notice entering that room is this grey-haired gentleman, like a dwarf figure, talking about, back in the time when, he's given some sort of historical spiel, more garbage that you don't really understand because it's all in broken common in your brain. But you can clearly see, following him in, Urula and Brian getting escorted in by 2 guards, and you're like, these guys, man, they're in.
Very good. Is there any way to get up higher?
You can go higher, yeah. The towers go higher, but this is the level. This is the level with the viewing room of the freezers. Where did you want to? You don't want to be here. You want to be somewhere else?
I guess I'm looking for something valuable. I'm scouting around.
Oh, so you're not worried about this particular area. You can go to other areas if you just want to look after your coffers.
Well, I know the bird came in this direction, so I'm suspicious of the bird. And
well, remember, just to, not to metagame, but you got 1 success, so you knew they were in the direction, and this was the key feature in that direction. But you're not 100% certain of that's where its destination was.
I've got a sneaking suspicion that it might be, so I'm following that hunch.
You do hear like birds chirping and squawking and whatever birds do up on the highest parapet. So as you, from your vantage point, you can see where that is, but it'll be another hard climb. You see there is like it is a room of some description. It's underneath one of those fancy Middle Eastern type.
Yeah. I'm going to throw...
All right, make another hard. So we'll say that you've got 1 hand to throw and you take your time. So you've got 3 dice. You need 2 successes. No. Unless you use a hero point, you can't get the grapple to that height.
Hero point.
Damn, you get it back straight away. Whew, you got like a Batman thing that, that grapple thing that he shoots down. Okay, again, it locks on, and we'll say that you don't get to the... So, because you're taking your time, you've got it done, which means the guys, you won't see, you're not part of this scene that's happening right now.
That's okay.
So, gentlemen, Urula and Brian, or I should say, lady and gentleman inside the room, he's basically explained the whole thing. The only thing he doesn't explain is this green casket that's in the middle.
What I do is I want to prepare to try to convince this guy, so I can get an extra dice roll. But what I want to do is say to him that I've opened one of these boxes before. They are very tricky and requires experience. And I can't remember the name of the town, but I'll tell him the name of the town that we found one of these boxes and were able to open it to get an artifact from it. Yeah,
you found it. You can say, you did find it in the jungles of Arel inside one of the temples of Pyra-Kaltor. So, I mean, you could say that if you want to.
I want to impress him to allow me to see if I can open it, to get what's inside. Because I'm sure that you have had many people try before to open it without success.
As you say that, make your mind roll. I'll give you the bonus die. So you want permission to sort of try and open it, or whatever.
I'll use a luck point.
Yeah. Oh my god!
I'll use another luck point.
This
is like the other day, mate.
It's not. No, it's 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
It only cost you. It only cost you 1.
Yeah.
So how many hero points are you on now?
I'm just down to 5 now. I was at 6 and down to 5.
Oh, have you been updating it? I thought you had already spent.
Yeah, beforehand I used 1 and then got it back. So now I used 2 and got 1 back. So I'm net -1.
He sort of chuckles. So first of all, he's explained the freezers. Okay, so you haven't asked any questions about those. Basically, you've got the basic knowledge that he has shown there and transcribed it.
Yeah.
But he says, Mr. Brian of Nazareth, this is a box from elemental times. We do not have the means to open it. Try as you may.
Thank you. Would you like to wager a bet that I can open this or
Well.
not? Are you a gambling man?
Roll a d6. If you roll low, lower the better. That is, or partake in this.
I've already done all my low rolls, so I don't like my chance. No.
Says, please, if you can open it, it'll be a great discovery for Kalagar. I will be in your debt.
Yes. I'm just kidding. I've got no money. I show him an empty wallet. I'm a scholar.
He doesn't laugh. He has no humour when it comes to this.
No
matter.
sense of humour. Come on. Don't live up to the expectation of librarians that don't have a sense of humour.
You notice the guards sort of shuffle uneasily, with their hands on the hilts in case you're planning.
They do have a humor, but it's like German humor. It's no laughing matter.
If you're planning to try to steal it or some shit, they're just sort of watching you.
German humour. I like that.
As you are doing that, you've explained, and he says, "Yeah, you can knock yourself out," and that's your. So while you're doing that, Urula, do you want to ask anything, or you want to do anything while he's doing that?
Yes, she is gonna ask while, Brian seems like to know what he's doing, so I'm gonna leave him to it. And she's gonna ask him, the relief is broken, but is this like the entire thing? Like, is it just in 5 or are like other pieces missing?
He says, "Please do not question that we have the complete freeze. As you can see, this is the complete history of Pyrokaltor. This was all one piece. It has been verified by none other than myself. There are no pieces missing." He's also very proud, like you say,
All
please,
right.
write down your notes and make sure you spell my name right. And I'm sure your academy and Katas will be very impressed that she finally gets to confirm what not many know. Many only believe there were 4.
Is your name with 3 A's or 2 A's for our records?
Elder Tate spells it out for you.
Oh, yes, nice. Do you have a card, a business card?
He looks over your shoulder to make sure you got the spelling right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, inflection on the A, the third A.
Yeah. Yes.
Anyway, he's looking at you and he's saying, "Please, Mr. Brian, open up the casket."
All right, I might need some time. So, the last one took me several hours to open, but I was able to do so.
He sort of looks puzzled.
Let me try to help. I'm not open.
You do not have several hours
Intrigued.
here. Your time here is nearly over.
Well, I'll do what I can.
If you
Obviously,
tell
I've
me
learned from
what
the previous one, but I'll see what I can do. What do you close?
If you
now,
tell me
or
what
is
you're
this-
looking for, I might be able to help you.
Sorry.
If you tell me what to look for, I might be able to assist you. And I'm also very intrigued by this myself.
Yeah. Well, I actually don't know because I can't remember.
Basically-
It was a long time ago. But I'm just.
You've never seen anything like this. The artifacts you found in the temple were artifacts that didn't need to be opened. They were just made of this strange metal. He's saying that this has something inside. So it's nothing that you've had any experience.
Basically, I want to aid. I want to help. Give the help action.
You can do a help. Yeah, you can do a help action. So first of all, Brian, what are you going to try to do to open it?
Well, first of all, you said it's padlocked. I'll ask him to at least unpadlock it so we can try to open it.
Because you've been parlaying with him and the guards are watching, you need a hard success, but I'll give you the 2 dice. So you're basically saying the only way you can open it is if he unlocks it, all right?
Yeah.
Make your roll.
Sends it. Chain is in the way.
I'll use another
Wow.
luck roll.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it can't get any worse, definitely.
Oh, hey,
Yeah,
you get the point back. The guards, you hear that the swords get unsheathed, but at the time puts his hand up and he goes into his garments and he says, "I warn you, Mr. Brian, you better not be wasting my time." And
I can't guarantee success, but I've done it once before, so hopefully I can do it again.
he unlocks the lock and the chain loosens around the casket. Now, what are you trying to do? And also, Urula, how are you helping? Well, you won't know
Are we
that.
going to do a runner?
You know, it's definitely got value. You know, you're paid handsomely for every other. This is 2 artifacts. If he's saying it's 1 plus there's something inside it.
This is like artifact. This is like somehow related to magic. Basically use my knowledge of like a Arcana to assist.
Can try Arcana. Yep, you can see what you know of this in the arcane lore, so you can make your roll. Brian, you've got
Maybe
Arcana
I can
too.
feel like the with my.
Well, you got two options. Before you roll, you got 2 options. You can each make your own rolls, 2 dice, or one of you can try to help the other, and then that person will get 3 dice. So, what do you want to do?
All right.
Have individual.
You do need to roll high, I assume, as well.
Both of our minds are pretty good, right?
Because the dice are geared now. There's been a few low ones, so they're likely to be high anyway. But I can help you if you like, Mike, Urula, to do it.
All right.
My mind is lower, like my proficiency is lower than yours, so I have a higher chance. But if we roll 4 dice, we have chances for more successes. And your mind is also okay, like not bad, right?
So
yes,
you do your individual.
You also
roll 2 or higher for you, do you?
I have to roll 2 or higher, yes.
That's right. That's why you should do it. And then
so I basically only fail on the
you'll get 3 dice. You'll get 2 from you plus 1 from me.
You won't get the bonus unless you succeed in your help roll. All right. So Bri, you roll first 1 dice. If you roll 3 or higher, you've helped Urula by giving her some information that you know from arcane lore. Yes. All right. So that means you get a bonus die because Brian did have some extra information that you didn't know from your arcane history. So roll 3 dice. You need 2 successes.
Can I, for like, do prepare while he's like to basically maybe do reveal magic to see if there's like any like spells on the box or any like magical residue tells me where to put my hand first?
You haven't done anything yet. Brian gives you some information that you think, oh, actually, yeah, I forgot to think about chapter 12 of the arcane law. He gives you some info that'll give you a bonus to arcane, but before you make that arcane roll, you could do a reveal magic if you want, but you have to touch it.
I mean, yes, I'm gonna touch it, and I'm gonna try it. Like if it's roll. Like
I'll give you a bonus. I'll give you a bonus die that you've prepared. So this is actually doing a spell called reveal magic. So roll 2 dice. You need 2 successes.
Wait, like, isn't you normally casting magic only 1 die?
Yeah, I'm giving you a bonus die for like preparing, or you can just do 1 die if you want. Would you rather just do 1 die? It's up to you.
I mean, I want to prepare on the roll where I open the thing. I'm trying to do detect magic to make.
Detect magic will just detect whether there's any magic inside it. So it's up to you if you want 1 or 2.
Okay. And why do I need to? By the way, to succeed at casting magic, I need 2 successes. Isn't it normally 1? Or
yeah, this is a hard. This is a hard check.
Okay, difficulty. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is for my magic.
Yep.
See.
Wow.
That's
all right.
Crit.
You get a hero point if you're not at full. And this is 2 things happen. 1, you reveal that this is indeed magical. This box isn't just like an artifact on its own. It has a magical property, and the first thing that magical reveals that it is impossible to open unless you have a key. There's a certain key made to open this box, and the lock will reveal when the key is presented into the box. At the moment, there's no keyhole whatsoever. So you know that's the first thing it tells you, cannot be opened. You don't have the means unless there's a key. And what you said at the start of the adventure, you said that you'll share any information. If you share that information, that means also Elder Tarn will hear as well.
Yeah, I'm turned towards like Brian. Like she pulls out her wand and like taps like the box, and keeps keeps her eyes closed while she basically turns her head. Is like, I don't know what kind of box you encountered before, Brian, But this one is different. This is actually magical, and it does actually have a lock, but it only reveals itself when the right key is presented.
Okay,
With enough time, I might be able to. With enough time, I might be able to unravel how the magic works and like make something. But
as soon as two things happen, as soon as these words leave your mouth, two things happen. One, Brian remembers that he found a key made of this metal as an artifact and gave it to I4. As soon as he says there's a key for this, you know that you did find a key and you gave it. I4 just thought it was an artifact. So it's very possible that you do have the key to open it.
Yeah.
The second thing that happens is roll for turn order. So this is for combat turn order, and whoa, Jesus, whoa! Oh, very good. All right, so
I mean, I already have my wand drawn, so
yep. Also, Brian also has his implement, holding that, and I think Brian. Actually, let me just do this first.
I could have told you with almost certainty that we would have rolled high, because if you look at all the previous rolls, there are a lot of low ones, and this system is not really random. It's a computer system that tries to balance things out.
All right, with that dice rolling knowledge. So, okay, as you do this, 3 black swirls start. Sorry, not 3 black swirls. 5 black swirls start appearing in the middle of each of the freezes. So you've just basically done reveal magic. You started talking that. Brian's remembered, oh shit, there, yeah, I've got a key. Adaltan is like, a key, you know, he's sort of like, he's saying that as well. These swirls, 5 black swirls, 1 in each of the freezes, like another dimensional. You definitely know something magical's happening. And with that, Brian, you can roll for these swirls, how quickly they appear by rolling turn order.
Just a single D6?
Turn order.
Oh, turn order for them. Okay, sorry.
When Urula like sees this, he's definitely gonna shout, "Everyone get back!" Including to the guards. I mean, they can probably ignore her if they want, but that's their problem.
If the guards get scared, they might run away, and we can run off with this artifact box.
It's possible. Okay, and Urula, you can roll for the guards, and this is including Adaltan. Roll
turn order. So 2 turn orders or 1 for both of them?
Just one for both. Ooh.
Well, you know what I could do?
I mean, there are guards like
grab this box and cast
supposed to keep watch. So. I mean,
right.
Wait a second. We both have teleport. We can both just grab the box and teleport ourselves out of
and
here.
That's right. We can only go far distance though, but it's still reasonable. And then we could do it again. Go boop, boop, boop.
One is the guards go first. Oh, that didn't work. Or doesn't he have dice roller? Yep, guards go first. So. I'll explain all this. I'm just getting it all ready. Now, as this occurs, just to get Killiah to do something, because you're climbing. Let's see if you succeed in your climb, Killiah. If you succeed, you're at the top of the build. Were you at the climb stage or the throw stage?
Yeah, climb.
So you had, you had 1 bonus and then 1 for 3. Yep, correct. So 2 success. You get to the top, all of the birds fly away, essentially, as you're approaching. And you are in like a belfry. You see there's a large bell as well as a ladder going down. What were you...
Can I see anything down the ladder?
It looks like it goes into a room it seems pretty decrepit. It's quite dark because there's, I suppose, even though it's outdoor light, there's nothing lit in this area. But you see the actual pulleys all going down as well, so you're assuming it's the chamber where someone can activate the bell.
And I didn't see the bird.
Well, the birds look the same to you. You just happen to see one break off. So there was nothing about that bird that, if you saw it, I mean, like there wasn't any particular. But it was like, definitely it was either not a bird or was under control by someone, because it broke off in a totally direction to the other birds and it was looking at you.
I guess I'll try and sneak down the ladder then. Obviously grabbing my blade with the rope.
All right, so you're armed with your blade and heading down the bell tower. You don't need to roll. You basically can make it down there. I'll just switch to the other guys because it's like round around. Okay. Taking a while to get to this, but it got to it nonetheless. Okay, you guys get to act first, but I'll just show you what is emerging from these swells. I'll describe them, but they look like they act last. They do. Okay, 5 black-cowled and clawed figures, seemingly from thin air. So they've come from this other dimension. They make a squawking noise, almost like a bird noise, and they seem to be made of. They're corporeal, so they're not like a gas, but they're dripping like black tar. So as they appear, they form into sort of a blacky tarry creature in that sort of shape, and they're dripping. So because you guys act first, they just all you see them is emerge fully, clawed figures, and with drips of black tar. Okay, that's the what they emerge. So let's go top to bottom. Let's do the guards first. Roll me a d6. 1 is actually Killiah, you can roll this. 1 is the guards are heroic. 6 is they're not having a bar. Oh, okay. The guards attack. Roll 2 dice for the guards. Low is always good. Comes to these guards. All right. One of them throws his halberd like a spear, and it slices into one of these creatures. Black ink splashes all across, and the creature staggers. So one creature is stopped from advancing. The second guard goes back in the hallway and says, "Guards!" and summons the other 4 guards. So his action isn't to attack. He goes in and he steps. Actually, he will also tell Aldertan, "Aldertan, out!" Like he calls out to Aldertan, and that's the guard's turn. Aldertan acts with the guard.
It's almost
he
like
leaves.
professional.
Yeah, he leaves. Ah, what horror is this?
Urula,
Urula.
Yeah, it's my turn.
do you want
I'm
to
also 28.
Do you want to? I reckon we should both do the teleport and get out of here. It's a perfect opportunity. They're busy fighting. The other guys
Can't let these
disappeared.
creatures run amok. They're in the middle of a library. They're going to destroy all the books.
Do we care? We've done our mission. We're going to get a bonus artifact, and we've got the information documented. We're done.
I'm not gonna leave. I'm not gonna leave these creatures running amok within the library. But if you want to, you can grab the box and leave.
It's your turn, Urula.
And
Rhinox next.
Walla will cast missile at probably, probably at the one that's already staggered. Hopefully,
Okay, yeah, it seems to have been injured. Yeah, seems to have been injured by it. Okay, roll 1 dice.
Yes.
There you go. What does your missile look like?
She basically like lifts up and almost flings it, there's like a flick, and like from the tip basically like a small glowing white glowing, almost like looks like a star, falling star, like a falling star, like arcs towards the ink creature and hits it square in the center mass, like chest.
As you do that,
where the halberd also like.
the glittering star hits this black creature, and in an instant, you notice the glow of the star encapsulates the whole black form of the creature, where it's bright for like just a millisecond, and then it's gone. There's just all that's left is a wisp of smoke and the steps of ink from where it ran out. It's gone.
Like a falling star. Like it's not as not as big as one. Like it's not a sun falling down, but basically like a small white like glowing dot that has like a small trail behind it when it's spawned.
Yep, it's gone. You can use your move action to get out of the room, or you can remain in there. It's only you.
I'm definitely
going
to move towards where the guards will be coming from. So I'm hopefully, because they're probably gonna like attack the guards and the more guards that are coming, and not me directly in melee.
Yeah, you could move to a point, because there's one guard in the room. He stayed and he threw his spear. Now he's getting out his sword. The other guard's gone into the hallway, so you could go in the hallway with the other 5 guards and Aldatan if you wish.
Yeah, she's gonna stay with she's gonna go behind the guards left behind. Basically, she's gonna stay behind.
And you're still in the room, but be behind him.
So she's not gonna run away.
Use him as a shield.
But she is gonna go behind the guard that's still there, and also try to stay behind the guards that are coming later. Because yes, technically the smartest decision would probably be to grab the box and teleport away. But first of all, there's still a guard there, and second of all, she is also a hero. Like, I am playing her like a good.
All right.
So she's not just gonna run away, because that's not what an adventurer / hero does in her.
That's all right. You're in the room with the
parents' race.
Yep, you're in the room with 1 brave guard and the 4 creatures that are going to act very shortly. But Brian, before that, you're still at the box.
Okay, I'm going to use a luck point. So I want to be able to do like 2 attacks at once. Do I need to do it now or later?
Okay, so you've got your wand in your hand, and I'm assuming in your other hand you're holding your ring of protection.
Yes.
Okay.
Now
I'm
wearing it on my finger.
Yeah, but you have to remember that requires that hand to be free. Essentially, you're grasping it to activate it. Yeah, that's fine. So you've got your wand now. You can hit 2 targets, but you need 2 successes because you're not 2 successes. You lose 1 dice hitting an extra target, so you'll have to burn a hero point to have 2 dice, and then you'll lose 1, which means that you use 1 hero point, you roll 1 dice, and if that's successful, you'll hit 2 targets.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So I will
take a hero point off.
Yep.
Roll 1 dice. Oh, it's the worst dice you could roll.
That's no good.
Another hero point. Yep.
Yep.
Go for it.
So I'm going to do a -1 or minus.
You've now used 2 hero points. You're down to 3, and you still failed. So you can use another hero point. You'll be down to 2.
Yep. All right.
Yes.
Back up to 3.
Go on back. So you went down to 3, so you're back to 4. Is that right?
Yep. Yep.
What does your magic look like?
Aussie rules football, like a banana kick.
No worries. As you basically release 2 bolts of energy. One crashes into one, and it gets enveloped with brown energy, and in a millisecond, it flashes and it disappears into smoke. The same happens to the second one, and before you know it, after the arcane warriors engage, there are now only 2 of these creatures formed in the room. Now, after you do that, you can move if you wish, or you can remain in the room behind the guard.
Yeah, I'll step behind the guard.
All right, so you both all remain in the room. So that means no one took the chest. That's still there. And
Not yet.
yeah, also your scroll case, I'll say it's a free action. You can put that on your possession. Okay, I'll pay that as a free action because you were scribing at the time.
Yeah.
But I'll say, because where did you have that? That was on you. That's right. Yeah.
It was on me. It was just, yeah.
Yep. Okay. The creatures. All right, the first one attacks the guard who you're using as a shield. Tavis, you can roll for the guard. You want lowest possible. Biggest benefit.
How many dice?
It's one. All right, he has a shield as well. He grabs the shield and he's able to defend against the attack, and the second one attacks him. Roll a d6 for him as well. No, that blow goes through. Okay, as you see him get clawed, you notice a concerning thing. The black claw hits him, and where it hits him, he gets covered with this black ink, and this acid sort of throws up into the air, and he burns and he drops to the ground. But he was able to absorb both their attacks. That's good stuff. At the same time, outside in the hallway, you hear screams. Killiah, roll 5d6 for the 5 guards. Low is heroic, and high is they're out of here.
You can do 4 and 1.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, 2 flee with Aldertan, 3 remain. And of those 3 that remain, roll 3d6 because they're getting attacked outside. 2 of them go down. 1 remains. So you've got 1 guard outside, no guards inside, and both heroes inside. Okay, it goes to the guard's turn. So there's 1 guard, the rest have fled. So roll d6 for that guard. Tries to fight back. Oh, he does. Yeah, he does do damage. Die feed from another world, he yells out. Outside, but in the hallway for the 2 magic users, you hear the guards screaming and they're running and shouting, saying, "Demons, demons!" But you cannot hear the enemy making any noise, which is quite eerie.
Can you clarify something? At the start, there were 5 of these creatures.
Yes.
We killed 2.
You killed 3.
But then sorry?
You killed 3.
We killed 3. So were there more creatures outside there? There must have been more creatures outside.
Yeah. Well, you're not outside. You're actually in the room. But in the room, you've got 2 creatures, which are the creatures I did the picture of. Outside, there's some commotion, shouts of demons, etc. Yells of the fallen. Some guards have fallen, and also it sounds like there's still 1 guard engaged in battle. He's yelling out some demon bananas. All right, Killiah, you can.
My intention, whether my teammate wants to join in or not, is once we take out these other 2 creatures inside the room with the guard, because the guard's dead now, I want to do a teleport. I'm going to pick up the box with or without my teammate and teleport out.
Yeah, you can share information. Like you that's a freebie. You tell him, look, this is what I'm going to be doing when it's your turn. So, Killiah, roll turn order, see where you enter, because I've just done the first one, which was the guards. 17, you're at the bottom. Unless you want to use a hero point to go up.
Nah.
She said.
So, I'll put you at the bottom. Okay, the guards have acted. 2 have fled with Aldertan. Alright, so it goes to Urula. You know there's commotion outside, but you're faced with 2 creatures inside.
2 creatures inside, you say? Okay. And the creatures go after Brian, right?
It goes Urula, Brian, the creatures, yes.
Yeah.
And they're actually called, they're not called swirls, they're called shades.
If, like, quick question, because, like, the first creatures were hit by the halberd, like, absorbed the halberd and my hit and only then died. But then Brian hit 2 of them with 1 missile and they died. So does, like, magic hurt them extra hard?
I'll give you both as a reaction, a freebie. You don't get a hero point. You can make an arcane roll. This is as a reaction. No hero point. You can roll 2 dice, both of you, in the room with these shades. What knowledge you have of them.
Sure.
Yep, Urula knows. And let's see,
Yeah.
Brian.
Sure, I don't
Yeah,
think-
okay. You both know these creatures can be damaged by normal weapons, but are highly susceptible to any magical attack. It looks like that energy sends them back to their abyss. So that's why the mortal weapon,
Alright.
yes, it did
Then
injure him.
I'm gonna.
but
Yeah, then I'm gonna keep my hero point because I have a feeling stuff's gonna go sideways further after this. So I'm gonna keep my hero point and not do a two-way weapon like a split bolt. I'm just gonna do one once again.
yeah, you cast your glittering.
Brian hit.
Yeah, you cast your glittering star. Go for it.
What we should be able to kill it in one turn if both of me Brian hit it once. So yeah, I'm gonna do missile.
Yes.
Yep.
The glittering
Sounds
star
success.
falls upon
So,
this creature.
Once again,
It's
fling another
enveloped.
wand and fling another like small like and then like why I don't Brian's like is I think it's also a bit bigger, but like you can like for Urula it's like very like almost like by the book, like very focused. Like it's like very much it's obvious that she was taught in an academy because it's a very focused and like contained like small scale missile. Like if Brian, because he knows about magic, would tell this one was definitely taught like at an academy. That this is very by like almost by the book.
Yep, no worries. Your glittering energy dissipates the creature anyway, leaving one creature in the room. The question for you, or Urula, do you want to stay in the room or walk into the hallway?
I'm gonna stay in the room for now with Brian.
No worries. Brian, you have one creature with you. The casket's sitting on the plinth. Your move. Outside, there's some shit going down, but you don't know what, apart from screams. Yeah, there's only one left, so no worries. It dissipates, and then the same question. You're left with just a tar-strewn room. Okay, bits of tar, but none of the shades are left. The question for you is: remain in the room or go in the hallway?
I'm going to stay here because my next turn I'm going to grab the box and teleport out.
No problem. All right. So the shades. There was one person left out there. So Killiah, you can roll for this soldier out there. If you're a 1 to 3, he's able to hold this creature at. Oh God, you guys are lucky. All right. You hear him. He draws the attack, so he does get attack. But then you hear he yells out, "Demon, be gone with you!" But then you hear silence. And apart from the distant running of other guards that have obviously retreated, and they're still yelling out, "Ring the bell! Summon the guards! Demons in the library!" Like they're pretty much relaying that there's some demonic thing, whatever. So they're calling out the alarm. But at the moment, it's just a series of shouts, and you hear like troops sort of yelling, parroting that call that there's something happening in the library, but you don't hear any warning bell or anything. But nonetheless, nothing actually comes into your room. That roll, Tavis, is like that's a gold roll, that one, mate. All right, Killiah, you go down the belfry, and the belfry emerges into a room that overlooks the hallway. Now, I'm going to get you. There'll be a random which end you appear at. If you roll a d6, 1 to 3, you appear at the end where Adaltan is running with the guards. If you roll 4 to 6, you appear at with the creature. Okay. As you basically in a doorway, as you sort of appear, you can see running towards you is Adaltan and 2 of the guards yelling out, "Demon, demon!" And down the hallway, you see this creature. I'll show you. This creature here, you see I think there was 2 dead guards on the ground. There's not 3 of them, there's only 1. Okay, you see this creature standing above 2 dead figures that look like they're slain. There's 1 guard, he's standing there with his sword and shield, but he ain't moving. And this creature that at a glance is like this, the guard is blocking his way into the inner chamber. This creature, you don't know if you blinked and missed it, but he goes from being in front of the guard to being in the doorway. So he's either teleported or they move at such quick speed that you couldn't even see. But the strange thing is, it doesn't look like he goes to finish off the guard. The guard seems like paralyzed. But it's your turn. So this will unfold. He is in far distance, but you haven't used your move action if you do need to get closer, but then you'll be in the hallway. You're in the doorway now.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to be moving past Adultan.
Yes, and the guards. He just yells out, "Flee!" I mean, he doesn't know who you are, right? But at this point, you look like a lesser problem than what's behind him.
I'm just going to whisper, "Demons be dead," as I walk past him and...
praise be to the dark elves. No, he doesn't say that.
Grab one of my poison daggers and launch the poison dagger at it.
Oh, here we go. The guard tells you to run for your life. Run for your life.
Just laugh at him.
All right, which one are you using?
So I've got 3 daggers that still currently have poison on them.
You do. Yep, they've only got 2 in 6 chance of inflicting extra.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all good.
All right.
I'm just going to assume that this guy's probably hard to hit, so I'm going to spend one of my hero points. Takes me down to 2, and I've got 2 dice.
You want to take that, or?
No, I'm going to spend another hero point. Jesus Christ.
You got any left?
Spend 1. Yeah, I got 1 more.
Now or nothing.
Yeah, I'm on 0 hero points at this point.
Let's
hope it hits.
Hopefully get a 3 and something. Oh, you did too!
Boom! There
you get the hero point back. So you got 1 hero point because I think your proficiency is 3.
It is.
You do 1 damage for the... Well, the first thing you notice is as the dagger hits, this is a corporeal creature, and you see the dagger, as it lands into it, you can see straight away there's some sort of impact as it sort of snarls as it gets hit. There's a 2 in 6 chance, if it is vulnerable to poison, it'll get inflicted, so you can roll a d6, 1 or 2 is extra.
Can I pick the numbers?
You can.
We're going 4 and 5. Oh, is it? No, it's only 1 dice, isn't it?
So the dagger hits unless you want to use that hero point you got to do the extra damage.
Yeah, why not? Go for it.
All right. You do 2 points of damage to it. It's not enough to fell it, but you hit it in the head. And what you notice about this creature is that they're faceless. Their skin just seems black and smooth, even though it looks wrinkly on that. And it doesn't seem to have anything beyond its maw. But your dagger goes into its cowl, where its head should be, and you see it must hit something because the hilt is sticking out of it, in front of its head. And you're in the hallway now, so your move action was to get close enough to throw. So we go to the guards. There aren't any guards left, so I don't know why we've got them, but we'll see the armies amassing. Get to the second level. Oh, sorry, you're on the 3rd level. Get to the 3rd level. I'll just say that. Adultan's now safe. And Urula and Brian, it's your turn, so don't be worried about that. But you see this creature, which will act after Brian, appear in the doorway. It doesn't make any sound. It just all of a sudden it's there. So you can't get through it physically because it's blocking the doorway. It's quite large. It's got claws. It's silky black skin. And it turns around and looks at you, well, points its head in your direction, and then it seems to be distracted by something, and then suddenly a dagger flies, and you see the hilt has the insignia of Killiah. To let you know that late to the party, but nonetheless has assisted in distracting this creature. Urula, what would you like to do?
All right.
Creature's in the doorway.
All right, Brian. If you think this artifact will be this important, you can make you keep it safe. later on we will just claim that the creatures when they appeared like took it.
Well, I reckon
But I
let's
am
kill
gonna
it and then we'll disappear, because then the guards aren't going to run in immediately, so we'll be able to kill it and then
Now
teleport.
this is a different creature than the shades. So I'll give you.
did the other creature run into the room with us?
Say again.
I thought it was somewhere else, like outside.
That's in the doorway.
Like, okay, then yeah, Brand, like if you think the box is important, make sure to like grab it and get out of here. We'll claim if it comes down to it that it disappeared while we weren't looking. But I'm gonna try help these people because that is what adventure is supposed to do.
Yeah, but I think
And then I will
because
turn
this is a
towards
bigger,
the
a
creature.
more powerful one, I think we're going to need to have 2 successes. This is my metagaming, that I think you're going to have to use a luck roll to have two successes, is my guess.
Yeah, even Urula knows that it's best to be sure, so it'll cost you a hero point to roll 2 dice, and if you get 2 successes, your missile is at hard effect.
So, as you both are implying, I am also going to indeed cast missile at it, yes.
Alright, subtract the hero point and roll 2 dice as you throw a magical bolt of sparkling motes at this creature.
Yep. Alright. 1 second. You know what? I'm gonna keep I'm gonna write down my hero points at the bottom of the chat, so it's easier, so I don't have to scroll up every
You've got
time
one
when
window.
I change them.
Yeah, I normally pop
So
out
now
the
I'm
dice
gonna write them
roller,
at the bottom.
so it's a second window.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably bad me telling you this at the
Yeah.
end. I probably should have told you that at the start. I didn't realise
Yeah,
you got
you
one.
can do that.
Yeah, you can pop out.
Yeah, at the bottom of the screen, there's a little icon that shows a rectangle with an arrow pointing up diagonally, which is like a pop-out icon.
Doesn't matter now. Roll 2 dice.
Oh, you mean the entire chat? You mean? Okay.
The particular channel that we're in, which is the voice channel, it'll pop out to a separate floating window. Well, that's on the desktop app.
Still, I'm gonna move. The main problem was not like going back to my sheet. It was the whole thing that my hero points were like at the top of the channel. So now I'm gonna keep them at the bottom and I'm after the session, after the game, I'm gonna write it down permanently.
No worries.
Because
use 1 hero
need to
point to
change
get
them
2
often.
dice.
So, yeah.
Yep, roll 2 dice.
Yep. So 3.
Good at cast.
And
Too easy. All right.
right, 2 successes.
Yep, your glittering mote flies at this creature. It burns. You see, like it starts catching flame, like a white fire. It's not down, but it does 1 point of damage. You can use a hero point to do an extra point of damage if you wish.
Sounds like a good idea if you've got it.
Otherwise, you've done 1 point, and it's hurt it, but it hasn't gotten rid of it like the other creatures.
So both, like, it took 2 damage, right? Because I did 2 attacks on it. No,
you did 1 attack, but you did a hard success, which this is a hard target. So essentially, your roll was just good enough to hit it, and it did 1 point damage.
Yeah.
But you can use the hero point to make that.
Oh, like this is difficult.
Spend it for 2 points.
Okay. Ugh. Okay. Then magic. Okay, magic is really bad, like in some way, because you inherently always have to spend like 2 hero point just to be able to hit with a spell, since magic always starts at 1 dice and not 2.
Tell Tavis about it.
Okay.
He knows all. So the only other ways to get bonuses are to prepare hero point or someone help you cast, but that means they're sacrificing their attack.
I'm pretty sure this is the last big boss of the game, so I think it's worth spending on.
It is. Using the hero point?
Alright, I'm gonna use the hero point. Luckily I do have them, but yeah, that's definitely
Yep, no
That's
worries.
definitely a big negative for magic.
You do 2
because
points.
magic starts off at 1 dice, while all weapon skills, if you're proficient, start off as 2.
Yeah, you're not. Combat is not the best thing for you guys, but man, without you guys, you wouldn't probably even got to this room. But anyway, you managed
I spent a
to.
hero point to do 1 extra damage.
Yeah, you burn it with your magical emotes, and we go to Brian. The creature is still up.
Okay, I'm going to use a hero point to see if I can get the critical hit. So I'll roll 2d6.
Yep. A bit harder for you with your skills. Ah, Jesus! Not only, you get the hero point back.
It
You
breaks even. Yep. All right.
want to use
and
it
I'm
to
going
do.
to use an extra hero point to do 2 damage. Actually, can I do like? Because I got extra hero points.
You can only use
Can I
one
use
hero
more
point.
than 1 hero point to do more damage, or I can only do 1 more?
One. So, how many hero points you got left?
Let me just find it. Where's my Discord window? I have got 4 hero points left. So, could I
3
potentially use 3 hero points?
No. So you've got 3 now because you used 1.
Sorry, I used 1, but I got a 3, so I got it back immediately.
Yeah, but you're using that to do an extra point of damage, so you're only on 3 hero.
That's not correct. So it's 3, but I want to know. I had 4, right? Can I use?
Can't use it anymore. No. You do 2 points of damage of magical football brown bursting. The brown energy bursts, and you notice that. I'll say that one of its arms dissipates off as a creature is on its last limbs, but it is not finished. It looks as though it's probably got 1 point left. Now, the question I'm going to ask you two, you're both in the room. Did any of you move anywhere? Or are you both right next to each other? Or is someone, like, who was going to grab the...
Since the creature came through the door,
I went.
I'm
to
going to use
grab
my
the
movement
box.
to a near move to... Yeah. I'm going to want to use my movement to put distance between me and the big creature that just came into the room.
So we'll say that Brian was near the plinth because you were pretty much ready to grab it. That makes sense. So Urula sort of moves away. Brian is near the plinth, and this creature seems focused. Even though it got hit in the head by a dagger, now it's been hit by a white energy blast of emotes and brown energy. It beelines directly to Brian. And
Come and get some, you bastard.
Come and get some. Now, it has 2 attacks, so I'm going to get you roll 2 dice, and that'll just tell me the 2 attacks it does.
Okay, so I roll 2 dice. Yep.
I just want to see what it does. Oh, that's good. A 4 and a 2. So the first one is, where it doesn't have a face, you notice an eye emerges. And it seems to be, I didn't know if you saw any clouds or animals. No, you didn't. Anyway, you haven't seen this eye before, but this eyeball all of a sudden emerges. The other eye's been hit by Killiah's dagger, and it sort of tries to penetrate your soul. Now, it's a hard check, so the only way you... Oh, no, you've actually got willpower. Dude, you want to use a hero point to get 3 dice? Otherwise, you got 2 dice.
Yeah, I'll use a hero point and get 3 dice.
All right, subtract a hero point, roll 3 dice. You need 2 successes as it tries to cast a spell into your brain. You succeed with 2 successes. You've got 2 hero points left. It tries to delve into your brain, but you block it out. It was like making you feel an impending sense of despair and doom. But its second attack is probably more vulnerable for you. It slashes at you with its claw. You can only try to... Oh, now, this is interesting. There's a new rule for... magic users where you get a bonus dice to defend 1 attack per round as a free action if you can make a successful protection check. So roll 1 dice. If you roll 3 or higher, you'll get 2 dice to dodge.
Wait, can you repeat that roll? That rule for magic users? I didn't quite get that.
You've got a skill at number 4 called protection. This is a free action whenever you get attacked. If you make your magic roll as a reaction, you'll get a bonus dice to defend the incoming attack. So he rolled 5, so that means his protection is active. So you can roll 2 dice.
Oh, protection is a
He's also got a
reaction
shield, by the way.
No, he's not holding that. He's holding his ring.
Oh, his ring of protection. Yeah.
Roll 2
So-
dice, sir. If you get both those
so
dice,
protection.
All right.
protection,
So protection
is
is
automatic.
it like a reaction spell? Like here?
Yes, correct. Only 1 success.
Ah,
Do you want to use your
maybe
hero
you
point
might
to
want
reroll?
to write that in the rulebook because it's not obvious.
Yeah, I think
no.
we just made it recently. I don't know if it's in the latest.
Yeah, I'll
Oh yeah,
I'll roll
it's in
it.
the
The
latest.
version I have, the deluxe version.
You got 1.2 or 1.3?
I think this is 1.2.
Yeah, it'll be in the next one.
Deluxe
uh,
1.2.
Yeah, I can send you the new one. Or you should have got the updated one. But anyway, Brian, do you want to use a hero point or?
I'm not sure if I need it, but I'll use it anyway because I've still got 2 hero points.
Let's see if you can get it dodged.
I've got an error on the dice roll. I'll roll it again.
You can use your last hero point.
Yeah, I'll use the last one.
Go for it. No.
One success each time.
Luckily, you were holding your gem.
My ring of protection. Or
Yep.
Yep.
1 point comes off that.
Yep.
And the damage is only 1 point. So that's pretty shit. And he basically tries to take you out. You're closest to the box, but is unsuccessful. Don't tell me Killiah is going to take the glory. Killiah,
Absolutely.
you see the creature. You see the creature with your hilt sticking out of its head. Run into the room.
Can I get to it?
You can do your move action to get to the doorway. And inside the room, you see your compatriots standing, or Brian standing around a box, which is of strange green metal. This creature is attacking him, and Urula is just getting ready to finish it off. And the creature's lost an arm somehow in an attack. It's only got one arm. What do you want to do?
I'm going to throw the tinkered. It's an improvised weapon, but it's a one-handed throw. The rope with the blade on the end of it.
Well, if you choose to use that as a weapon, it's a 1 dice penalty for using an improvised.
Is it? Even though it's one-handed.
Well, you'll get the bonus dice, but then you'll lose it. You'll get 2 dice, but then you'll lose the 1 dice because it's not a.
I'm just going to throw a dagger at it.
Poison?
Nah.
Master.
Yeah. Nah, just standard dagger. There's
Standard
no difference in damage. Even though they cost
Nah,
more.
it's retrieval. Retrieval, though.
Yeah, whatever.
Which one?
I'm just throwing a standard dagger at it. No poison dagger.
No worries. You whip out a throwing blade. Oh, boom! That's a hit. Do you want to use? You get a hero point out of it. Do you want to use it to do extra damage?
Into it. Yeah, it's gonna wedge. It's gonna hit the other dagger on the tip, and find it's pushed the dagger through its head, and the other one's gonna follow into it.
All right. So as this creature is looking at Brian in a deathlock stare to try to paralyze him, you notice all of a sudden its eye that was looking at you just sort of rolls back in its head, and the dagger that was in its eye socket pop out and get replaced by the tip of another dagger. And as that hits it, it drops, collapses, and all is quiet. You have alleviated the threat. Just because of the time,
Killiah's just gonna walk up and spit on it, grab her daggers.
you can roll to see if they're retrieved. 1 is retrieved.
Yep.
Oh no, they're only retrieved by 3 and 6. No, is it 3 and 6? Yeah, it is. Yeah.
3, yeah, 15. So I got 1 back.
1 back. Just to summarize, you're seen as saving Aldatan. You're not seen as the cause. Given that the information you have about being able to open it, the Council of Elders, now knowing that you've got the box and they've got the means to open it, ends up meeting with the Kalagar authorities to share the information about this threat, but also, hang on, I should say, are you going to hand over this artifact? Sorry, I didn't mention that part. Or are you going to keep it?
Well, when they've got the key, even though we found originally, so
I4 has the key.
That's right. So
Succeeded
we can't
the
open
adventure.
That's right.
Yeah. But you could sell it, It does have value.
No, I personally think we should take it back to I4 and.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So then, what I'm saying does eventuate. He is able to open it, and he basically finds inside this. I'll paste the picture. This shard, which is a piece that was found inside the entombed body of Pyrocaltor and is said to have brought his death. The thing about this shard is that it is still malleable, so it hasn't actually formed into a piece of rare metal. The rest of the shards were transformed into a metal that these cultists used to build shit and that. But this one is still malleable, so it's able to be formed into a weapon, which will be in another adventure. But he shares this information with Kalagar, and now we need to make the big roll as he tries to decipher the information. Who wrote it? I can't remember even who wrote it down.
You've got written and visual, so you got drawing and writing.
Oh yeah, the roll for the drawing. Roll for the drawing, which is 3 dice because you've got implements.
I think Urula did the drawing and Brian did the writing when we learned information.
So we need
Unless
a roll
this is
for
something else.
We need a roll for the drawing because the
Okay, a mind check is that right?
I think it was. Have you got any hero points left?
Yes, I do have hero points left. I have
Okay, so at
2.
the moment, it's 1 dice plus an extra dice because you had the implement, so it's 2 dice, but you only need 1 success. So, yeah. It's up
what
to you whether
check is this? This is
mind. Mind, yeah.
Right? Do I
you
get
want
another bonus because Arcana involves also probably drawing like magic circles and stuff, so I'm more skilled with drawing than many people?
No. It's the picture you're drawing isn't like an arcane.
Damn it, okay.
But you can use a
Worth
hero
a
point to
try.
roll 3
Okay.
dice instead of 2 if you want.
You know what? Since we're at the end, it feels like we're going towards the end of the session. I'm gonna spend another hero point to. Yes, I only need 1 success, but I really don't want to.
Roll 3 ones.
No, I'm not gonna risk it. So yeah, 3 dice. 1 success.
Yeah. Easy. You even get a hero point back. Your drawings are impeccable.
Nice.
Even though the actual freezes have been spoiled by the black ink creatures, so where there were images are now just covered with a strange type of supernatural ink that basically burns through the stone and gets rid of the living history. Your drawings are carbon copies of those images.
You know,
so
actually, like how I'm gonna describe it, Urula actually is has some drawing, but actually doesn't use it quilted. She actually pulls out her wand and basically turns it over her page, and basically she has a small ink vial in her back pocket, but basically a small strand of ink basically flows out of the vial, and she points it onto the page, and she basically does a drawing like Rohan did in JoJo Part 4, where he drew a manga within the second. If you know that scene from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Yeah. So you're basically.
That's how she basically.
Yeah. You're giving a lecture in front of the Council of Elders with I4 in the front seat, and as you do that, you present this majestic image of them, and they all start clapping because basically the freezers tell them that he is susceptible to this element, so it completes the circle that they have the means to defeat him. With that, have I got anything else? I'm going to get you all to do an epilogue, but before that, you can all roll 2 dice and add it to 6, and that's how many gold pieces you get as your standard adventuring payment. So you can all roll your own 2 dice. Brian, you don't get to add 6, but you still get the raw number. The other guys can add 6. You all go back to the guild and fulfill your contracts. Whoever's in the next
gold points?
6 plus 2d6. So what did you roll? You roll 6, so you get 12 gold
So
pieces.
12. Nice.
Killiah gets 11, and Brian gets 9. And whoever plays in the next one shot that I run will determine who gets what sort of magical weapon we forge from the Black Shard. And with that, we'll do the epilogues, and you can ask questions if you wish. Let us start from top to bottom with Urula. What happens to Urula after this adventure?
Like promised, she will go back to. The problem is, I in real life just struggle with remembering names, so my characters also often struggle with remembering names. Kata. She will go back to
Kalagar.
Indeed, show her the
Katis.
the drawing of the mural.
Shit, I forgot about her. Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Thank you for that. That really completes that arc.
Damn.
And she has the crab stew.
Yeah, even you forgot about her.
Yeah, I forgot. The crab stew is cooking, ready for her. And she's actually cleaned the house.
Yeah, she's gonna probably also, if possible, stay there for the night, since probably better than going, also cheaper probably than going to a tavern. And she's gonna share the drawings and make a copy basically of the drawing.
Oh, for her. Yes.
No.
I'm going to say you can add to your character sheet a note that you have Katas the Antiquarian as a contact. So you can add that there. You just put it as a note or something.
I'm going to write that.
She's giving you her mobile number and email address.
But you do have to sleep in the spare room. You're not at that stage yet. All right. Thank you for that, Brian.
I didn't even think about that, but. But so you're saying they have a chance?
Yeah. It all has to start slowly. It's been a while since she's had a relationship and been out of the house. All right, Brian.
So at the start, you said that when you thought it was only going to be 2 of us, it was going to be gold for 4 shared with 2.
Oh!
So you said, so there should be gold for 4 shared amongst 3.
Yes, well done. All right, so you get your base gold, no problem. And because Brian remembered that, Brian rolled 2d6, and we'll add it to 6 and divide it 3 ways. Well done, sir. Well played. Both of you. Well, remembering Caddis, thank you, and remembering that. So 6 and 5 is 11. I'll say it's 12. So you get an extra 4 gold pieces each.
Nice.
Thank you, sir. Well done. You never forget. When it comes to money, don't worry, Brian remembers. He remembers everything.
Well, that's good. So what I've done is so that took me up to 13, but what I'm doing is I'm spending 6 to recharge my Fabled Ring of Protection because it went from 3 down to 2, so I put it back up to 3 again.
Smart. All right, where does Brian go from here? Keeping in mind that I4 says you should remain in the gardens, ready for us to enlist your services again, if you will be so kind.
Yes, but our rate has gone up, so keep that in mind.
All right, the curtain closes on you with negotiating rates with the guild, your contact with the council, and the I4 shaking his head. What happened to true heroes doing it for nothing? I remember the days.
Well, if you want to recharge my magical items, then I'm happy to do it cheaper.
That's your last line as he walks away with Calden just shaking his head.
I would also recharge my magical items if I had any.
Ooh. Oh, we have to make a... Thank you for reminding that. All right. Martin, you can roll a d6. You can choose the number. If you roll that number, one of you gets a magical artifact. So choose a number.
Now, Martin, you can't come along complaining about magical items. I've done 700 of these campaigns, and that's why I've got 2. You can't come along on your first session and go, "Oh, I want a magical item." It's not that easy.
What I just did, and I'm going to fucking do it again. I'm just going to go for 6. Of course, I mean, the chances is the same for everything.
Ooh.
Nah.
Anyway, all right. Last but not least, the Lady of the Shadows, the Slayer of the Night Gaunt, as she's now known. Killiah.
Wait a minute, we gave a great goal assist. What are you talking about?
They only hear Killiah's story. That's how Dark Elves roll.
She tells no stories. She just goes in the hunt of nobles. scattered throughout the city.
Should I spend money for stuff now, or do I do it at the start of if I go another one shot with Urula?
No, yeah, it's done in between before the next session. I mean, you can spend something.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, because I'm.
no problem. You can put notes down, but let's let
I might
Killiah.
buy some spell scrolls.
Yeah, let's just let Killiah have her time in the sun. So, Killiah, you want to mention that again? Sorry.
Says nothing. She's just going to go hunt for some nobles and some gold. And
wow.
possibly some heads.
Doesn't want, as everyone's celebrating and clapping in the auditoriums full of people standing up, and in the background you've got all the agents of the Adventurers Guild saying, my heroes need more if we are to save the world. You know, we don't do this for nothing. Everyone looks around. Hey, hang on, where's Killiah? And it's just like quiet as a shadow. You just go over the edge where, you know, the sunrise is, and just disappear into the darkness.
I'm going to do a GoFundMe page to get a to get an armor for Bart.
GoFundMe.
24 gold pieces for his armor.
Yeah, it's overrated. Large creatures, you don't need them. Anyway, guys, thank you very much for playing. That completes the adventure. Did very well. A bit of an investigation one. I was a bit unsure about this adventure. It's only had one key action scene. Normally there's a lot more, but hopefully you enjoyed it. And hopefully you're all available for the next session once I post that, which will be in September. But until next time, GMA signing out. Yes, Pete.
My concern, Age, is that we didn't have a fighter in our group today, and we were very lucky.
Yes, you did.
With the type of combat that we had. So,
yeah.
Before we start, I think we should know this, because I almost prefer not to play Brian, and I prefer to pick up a one-shot player that's a fighter. Because
play Mr. T.
Well, yeah, that's right. But I'm just saying, I don't think it's wise for us not to have a fighter in our group.
Oh, Killiah disparaging the assassin. Yeah, there was supposed to be a fourth player, didn't turn up. Don't know what happened to him, but hopefully he's all right. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, we only can deal with the players who turn up, but you can always have two characters ready next time, and then, you know, choose.
I realise that, but if we had a regular combat, we would have been in serious shit with not having at least one front man fighter.
Joy of it, yeah. But it's out of my control. He didn't turn up, so can't help with that. But I understand what you're saying. Thank you very much. Thank you for playing, Martin. You're awesome. You know the rules better than us, which is always good. Hopefully,
you're welcome.
Hope to see you again. And of course, Tav, thank you very much. The Silky Assassin.
Thanks, Adrian.
I'll catch you all on the rebound. Good night or good morning, wherever you are.